Take some notes. Okay. We have the exact same setup. Plus, I don't even see you in the collab thing. No, but I don't see you in the VTube. Well, unchunky. Yeah, we can't. You can't join us. Well, you're not gonna be in our collab. Are you just not gonna join us? Yeah, you're missing in my corner. That's what I said, we had the same setup. Oh wait, they can hear me the whole time. Hi there.
A smidge smaller.
Jen, you're also doing it.
Oh, I pinned you to me. Oh no, oh god.
She's swinging me around. She's swinging me
Hello,
around.
mate. Congrats on getting first.
You.
How are you doing?
There's Celeste. Yay.
Yippee!
Nito, welcome in.
Happy birthday, Necro.
How are
Yes.
you?
Happy birthday, Necro.
Yes, he's celebrating his
And
birthday. Wow,
his
everybody's
birthday.
really pinned to me. I'm just swinging you all around.
I did enjoy it.
Going
Thank you
my
for that,
way
Bats.
now.
Thank you for that, Ray.
I love you.
I love you too, Nix. Thank you for all the follows.
Ah, dang. Someone needs to ask. Let me see.
Yeah, no, Nito. I already went to bed.
Let me close this here.
Are you ready for Dark Souls 2? I can't wait. I'm excited. I can't believe Iwi
This going.
accepted our Dark Souls 2.
So
Hello,
that's
Irie.
done.
Welcome in.
Capture the game.
How are you doing? Celeste is in the middle of the screen.
And
There you go.
game audio.
Perfect.
I'm very excited to be playing this with you all. Very, very excited.
Have any of you played this game before?
I have.
You're all
One
pros
time.
then. Perfect. Can't wait to see his face when we Dark Souls 2. Exactly. It will be peak. Celeste center stage as she should. Oh well. She was.
Where is?
I've come for your
I
pickle.
was
No. Not the pickle.
The what?
Alti is just getting bombarded over there with the text messages.
Make us a little bit smaller. There we go.
Yeah, center stage, sub chat.
Well, not anymore. I put you in the corner.
Oh. No, I got put in the corner, guys.
Yep. Get cornered.
Yes, you are in the corner now, Celeste.
Who's hosting the lobby?
I can host it.
Not
It's
me.
wanting me to. Makes me want to do the tutorial, but I'm not sure if I should do the tutorial.
We don't need the tutorial. We just
Nah.
get
I
in
have
there.
you all.
Exactly.
I have
Yep.
you all.
Thank
What
you
kind
for
of
stopping
game is
by,
it?
Nito.
GTFO?
I'll see you in
It's a
7
pew pew
hours.
game.
I guess I do matchmake, right?
I mean, it is a pew pew game, but we shouldn't pew pew game.
Let's see.
Matchmake. What the?
Deciding what to do? Yeah, I guess it would be. Or if you click on R1, then you can invite people, I think. Maybe.
Oh, I see that.
Trying to get
Oh,
everybody's
yeah.
faces about the same height, size. That's so.
Yeah.
That's so...
I am trying to find out.
Can I pin you guys to each other?
Yes.
First time? It is like my second time. I played maybe like 2-3 hours last time, so I'm still very much of a noob.
She's pro.
I'm not. Friends hosting 1. There you go.
Okay, I think I'm hosting it.
Automod, yes, I saw.
Yeah, I see. I can join you.
Thank you, Exo. Okay,
Apparently
so
I have
what
some.
did I have? Sledgehammer. I have no clue. Muted.
Am I in the game with you?
Okay, Celeste is in. Let me invite you,
I just
Janjo.
right click on ulti. And
I did too,
join
but
in.
I don't see myself in the game.
We have a bot.
That's
stopping
I'm the
that
butt.
fire.
Did you?
No, no,
Oh.
no. There are 2 Janjos now.
What?
Oh my
I see
god.
one Janjo.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
there's
actually,
there's in-game voice
Daryl.
chat. Okay.
Mm.
yeah, I
Maybe
don't
a
think we should
girly
use things.
pop? That's unfortunate.
Sorry, you have to be bald like us.
I know. I want it to be a girly pop. How do I get more boosters?
I don't know.
We just have
Are
to
they a
find it in
one-time
the
use?
level.
Oh,
Yeah,
one-time
it
use?
says
Damn.
one-time use on them.
That
A
sucks.
one-time use? Oh. Maybe I
I
should've
mean,
used
you
it then.
find like multiple ones throughout the level for you to get. You'll never run out of boosters.
Infection.
Okay.
Tool
Oh,
ammo,
GTFO
tool,
crashed on me.
Oh,
Prepare booster. Bold boosters. Projectile resist. Sure. Aggressive. No aggressive. Burst sentry. Sure. Sniper sentry. No.
okay, I'll be the
What's
tool
voice
man.
chat? What
Yes,
is push
there
to
is
talk?
in-game
Is that
voice
to you?
chat.
Yeah.
Settings.
I'm assuming we're gonna have to use in-game voice chat, right?
Yes.
But
Of course.
Yes.
I mean, I'm fine with Discord.
No. Push to talk. Play sound on push to talk. Voice act. I'll just do voice activated. I'm lazy.
Oh, what's push to talk? I hear you.
We're just using
Oh,
voice
mine's
activated.
activated right now. Let me
Voice
get this
activated?
right.
Okay.
Hello.
I am now voice activation.
Yes, I hear you.
Mute yourself, Jam.
Mute yourself.
I'm always the victim. Bro, I just know that I was trying to stealth in this game last time and I couldn't handle it and I kept triggering hordes. That's all I know.
Well, we have to be stealthy or we die.
I know, bro.
Okay, I'm
I
gonna
was trying to be stealthy and it didn't work out.
mute myself here.
Oh, we lost one person in the collab?
They
No, we
said
didn't,
their
we
game
didn't.
crashed.
I'm missing Yuki in the collab now.
Yeah, me too.
Hi, Avel.
They are red.
What is push to talk?
I don't know. We're just talky. They left the call.
Uh-oh.
I think they crashed.
Yeah, let's give them some time. No worries. Okay, here's the keyboard mapping.
It's left alt. Can you hear me? It's left alt. It also says
Is this
in the
push to
main.
talk? Can you all hear me?
yes.
Is this push to talk? Oh, it's weird.
don't know if I'm hearing you in game actually.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I
I
can
mean,
hear
you'd be
you.
mute on Discord.
Okay, yeah, that's in game. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm now muted on Discord.
Yes, yes, we all are.
Bro, Ari, I'm not ready for the RPG level.
I'm ready for the RPG level.
I'm not. I gotta make an
RPG
RPG
level.
level. That's my final project for this semester.
Gonna use a rocket launcher?
Hey, welcome back.
I'm pretty sure there's a way to
Is your
change
message?
scale. Oh,
Thank you. Everything crashed.
it's okay.
Yeah, we figured it's okay. Take your time.
I lost my legs.
You lost your what? Hang on. He lost his legs.
Oh no.
I lost my legs in the war. And now I'm green.
Janjo, are you okay?
I'm red now.
I like
Wait.
how there are two of you.
There's only one of me. The green doesn't even look like green, I'll just be red. I'm more visible. Yuki's at the center of the screen. Alti.
What?
They're in the center of the screen for you.
What?
Yuki is in the center of your screen.
Thank you, yes, I was waiting for her to come back. How do I invite her here? I have two Janjos here.
You should just be able to join.
Okay.
Arc Raiders.
When was the last time you played Janjo?
Let me see. Mercy. Last time I played was when soccer played. Okay, it's not. Sometime this year.
Sorry, it is trying to connect.
No worries.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time.
Sometime this year. Soccer.
Neat. Can I change my color? I am pink. Celeste is green. You're blue.
I'm red.
I'm
You're red.
yellow.
You're blue. You're green on my end.
No, like my
I'm red.
outfit is yellow.
Oh, I'm talking about your name.
Oh, I'm green.
Can't even see my color. I'm
You're
blue.
Blue.
Da-ba-dee-da-ba-da. Sumi time, I wish. I am the opposite of a
What
time.
shotgun do I want? I like shotguns. I want shotgun. Let's do this shotgun.
Whoa,
Tool, a
the
tool.
Buckland.
Why are so many sledgehammers? Do they all do the same thing?
No.
No?
They all have different ranges.
They do? Oh.
Yes.
Well,
I didn't realize that I had like
swords.
weapons I could swap between.
Yeah, the medium ones are medium.
just cosmetic? Awesome. No, but like there's the Kovac sledgehammer, the Santonian mallet, that's also a sledgehammer, the Mako gavel, that's also a sledgehammer, and then the Omenico maul and the Santonian 8.
Yeah, they're all different.
No, but it says sledgehammer under, and it says medium range, high damage for all
Yeah,
the
I'm
sledgehammers.
saying that's
Yeah,
just
but I'm
like
not talking about the
cosmetic.
bats or the knives. Or the spears.
It's
I'm just talking about the
cosmetic if it's
sledgehammers
the
and
same
sword.
one.
Yeah, okay, exactly. It's just cosmetic also. Which one is the cuter one?
Cuter one. You can barely see it.
Should we all have different tools? I feel like we should all have different tools, shouldn't we?
Yeah. One of us should have
We all
the
have different
scanner.
tools right now.
One of us should have the D-Tech Optron 4.
Okay, I'll keep the D-Tech Optron since I already have that.
Damn, that got instantly deleted. We're an R1A1. Tree and Boo remove the space.
Mods ban that guy!
Why'd you have Sari bot?
No,
banned
for
him,
you,
they banned
Jan.
him.
Jan,
I
you
already
banned that
did.
guy. That's in your channel.
That's in your channel.
No, it says chatting from Jan Jowl 19.
Yeah, they got insta banned on my channel, so you need to ban it on your channel.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Like they already got banned in my screen.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Who's
Bye-bye.
coming? Is their game launching?
I thought she's
Okay,
here.
we're waiting
No.
for you, T.
No, it's popping up now.
You should just be able to join me off my Steam profile.
Okie dokie.
Yep. Then we will let the terror fun begin. The chaos.
The terror.
The chaos.
Finger snaps.
Terror.
All right. So if you open the map, you can see that we don't have a map because we're not in the game.
Okay, when we're in the game. Got it.
Yeah, it tells us what it is on the bottom left. You can press Q for communication, but that's
Oh, I
usually
love it. It
for,
says
like,
waiting for
no
master.
comms.
Perfect.
Waiting for what?
Yeah, it says
Waiting for what?
master. It's waiting for master. My favorite word.
Auntie the master.
I'm the master, apparently? I don't know what I'm
Auntie,
doing.
We're waiting.
How do I invite you? I guess I just threw like this. Yes.
Through Steam.
Yes. Wait, I don't have an option to invite you. I can watch your game. Oh, there it is. There.
Okay, I'll try again.
I'm the master
we got
now.
the PC
Yep.
now. I'm gonna have
The
to
what?
type on the PC. Like the query thing, the ping.
Yeah. Do you remember the codes?
Wonder what color Yuki's gonna be.
No.
I mean,
We have
there's
to
it's
find
on the
them, right?
computer. No, you can just do /help.
Welcome, Raiders!
Welcome,
Welcome,
Raiders.
Hello, Raiders.
See you.
Wait, so unless you're unmuted on Discord.
I am? What?
Yeah, you've been talking on Discord the whole time. Are you talking in the game?
Yeah, I removed my voice activated. Now we're good.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I'm playing my game.
I got Fortnite.
Yeah. Bridge? Even?
My cold world.
Rich.
Bridge?
Rich.
Bridge?
Sandy's Womplings.
It's so fucking stupid. Bridge?
What?
Bridge? Bridge?
Where am I?
Did you win at Fortnite?
You better have won at Fortnite.
Yeah, you better have won. Don't let us down.
They would never.
Here we go. Where the Yuki?
Where the Yuki at? Yuki. Yuki.
We all pray for Yuki. She will show up.
Yuki.
Spawn now.
Yuki.
It keeps kicking me out.
Yuki.
Do you see me joining, or does it keep kicking me out?
No. I don't see
Alti,
you
make a new
joining yet.
lobby.
Make a new
Yeah,
lobby?
I'm a-
Okay.
I'm
Or do you
also
wanna try
restarting my
hosting
game
it?
real quick.
Okay. Yeah, I'll
Um,
make a new lobby.
On the top right,
Yo,
exit
a
expedition.
radical thanks.
Wait, I just closed the game.
I said exit expedition. Well, might as well
I meant to
restart
quit out of
it.
the lobby and it quit out the game.
It's fine, we'll restart.
Alright. Relaunching right now.
Oh. Yes, thank you for the follow.
Okay, I am making it right now. And it is up. I will go ahead and send out invites.
We are up. I'm already here. We got Bot, Dada, we got
Hello?
Bishop.
No,
Hello.
get Bishop out of here.
No,
Yes.
my Bishop.
Yay, everybody's here! We did it!
Yay!
Yay!
We got 2 D-Tech options for. We should probably get another thing. either.
Oh,
Either.
Yes. Yuki, do you want to do? You have deep tech? I don't mind switching. Left alt is how you use push to talk.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
Hello.
Oh yeah, don't forget your boosters now that it reset.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
How do I increase y'all's like voice? Can I do that?
Maybe when we're in game. Alrighty, thank you for the alert, Rabbit.
Yeah, in the
Enjoy your time with your
game.
hubby.
Yes.
You can do voice volume inside the voice chat menu. You can increase the voice volume,
I'm
but that'll be for
increasing.
everybody.
Yeah, I gotta turn Celeste down.
Well, you can't
You
really
gotta turn
turn me
Celeste
down.
That's crazy.
Well, it's preemptively turning me down for when the eventuality that I will scream.
Celeste, I turned it all the way up, so please, my ears. I heard
So
you
you're
that
ready?
laugh.
So you ready?
I'm ready. Is
warned
everybody
you.
ready?
I warned you,
I am
loud.
ready.
Freddy.
Okay, Yuki, are you good to go?
Ready? Fazbear. Well, I mean, we all have to ready up in game.
Do we?
Yeah, you have to click ready at the bottom where it says ready
Oh,
to
ready
drop the
for
cage.
drop. I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
I don't want to be bald.
Sorry, you're bald with us now.
What's happening?
Hydrostasis unit.
We have a little intro cutscene.
Ugh.
Uh-oh.
We're about to drop like 1,000 meters down.
Helldivers.
Helldivers,
Yeah,
let's
this is
go.
Helldivers.
Bam, 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 bam.
The prequel to Helldivers.
Look, I can see you. Hey guys. We have no protection now.
The game sounds too loud. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the game's a little bit loud.
React to light and sound. Stand still.
Golden Freddy. Yes, I'm Golden Freddy. Y'all ever been on this ride before? Look, I can use my flashlight. Who's in front of me?
What?
I don't know who's in front of me.
I don't know who's in front of me.
I'm flashing my flashlight.
Oh, that's Janjo.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
that's me. If you're flashing on me.
I'm to your left,
Yeah.
Janjo. Oh,
Hi. Hey, we did it. How'd y'all enjoy the ride?
we did it. We hell dive.
Yeah.
Yahoo! This is great.
Okay, C is for melee.
I am hacker.
Okay, there we go.
Alright, now you can
Nice.
press tab to open up the... If you press tab, you can open up the
Ooh.
drawing. We can draw. Yeah.
I see somebody's marker. Okay.
Okay, how do I turn on my flashlight? Oh, there's a lady.
Wait,
F.
something's right there.
Ah!
Yuki?
It's a naked lady. She's shooting crotch goblins.
Oh,
What the? Why are we shooting already? What happened?
Here.
It's not me.
Ah!
Take your ass.
Wait, what the? Hold on, I need to fix something.
I killed those
Nice.
bitches.
Nice. How do you reload?
Let's just do half.
R?
R for reload.
R? Okay, there we go.
I already took damage, guys.
Me too.
I haven't.
Do
I'm
I
hiding.
not have a flashlight? I'm pressing F.
It is.
You got your
Yeah, it's
flashlight
F.
on.
It's F.
What?
Yes, flashlight.
F. Celeste. Or flashlight.
It's with a gun. It's with a gun. You don't have a gun now.
No, you can do it with a melee too.
Where the fuck? Flashlight.
So let's just
Toggle
wanna.
flashlight. It's T. I've been getting bamboozled.
Why would
You've been
you
getting
change your thing to T?
I don't know. Let me switch it back to F. I don't like that.
How do you crouch? Is it control?
Control.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
control.
it's control. Okay.
It's C.
C is to melee.
No, C is to crouch for me. V is melee.
Why are your controls
What are your
different?
controls?
I don't know. I found a PC.
Yeah, I don't know. She just
She's
started
hacking.
shooting up. I
She's
was just waiting.
Ping.
I hear the voices.
All right, you see in the top left of the screen?
The voices. Oh, how was your food, Yuki? It looks really good.
I have to acquire it.
Commands.
Hold on. I gotta turn to music. The
What?
volume.
Logs.
What's going on here? What are you
I
typing?
don't know. I don't
What are you,
know.
what are you doing?
But your
Celeste,
big
what are you
arm was in the way. Hey, we
Your
can.
big-
You have to
open
type
this.
in query and then HS thingy.
doing? What's this over here?
Hold on, I gotta
I can open this door.
query. Hold on, I'm
Do
hacking.
we want to open the door? Oh,
Well,
no.
we already
oh, we're
opened
safe.
it.
Too late.
We
Hold
are
on, I'm
doing it.
querying. I'm querying.
I actually don't know what this game is about.
I'd be careful with the
We have to
flashlight.
get to
Sometimes
zone 58.
Where the fuck is zone 58?
If you open your map,
I think this is zone 52.
How do I open out
tab, you can see the nearby doors and then the zone. So
Wait,
we just
can-
have to,
Since when can we draw on the map?
since always.
No.
Yes, I've played this in the beta. We've always been able to draw on the map. Hey, yo, what was that? So just one of the doors will tell us how to get there. It'll like say lead to
There's a
zone.
zone 50 F. This
Yeah,
is
so
zone
here it
50.
says zone 51, and then I'm
Yeah, that's
guessing it'll
about it.
probably go to 50.
Yeah, probably. Okay.
But if you if you look at the thing, there's a class alarm when we start this thing. It's a class 2
Oh.
alarm, so we have to prepare.
Class 2 alarm, so that's not good.
Yeah, so we need to set up before we open that. So I'm gonna close this door back
Alright.
here.
No, we don't need
Who has
to.
a sentry? Celeste?
Yeah, I have a sentry. I'm putting it down over here.
Okay.
They can only come from a door behind
So
us
it
or
was
in front
scanning
of us.
Celeste. So it was like, don't do it.
The
Can
door,
be one, but there's
they
no
come from
sentry.
behind us, guys, not
wait,
from
wait.
in front of the door.
Yeah, Yuki's already on it. Good job, Yuki.
That's mine. Guys, they come from the door behind us over here at the south. You guys are they don't come from that door. That's the door we're trying to open.
Okay.
Who's
Well,
sentry
maybe
set?
they come from the door we're trying to open.
No, they don't. They're gonna come from
Why
that door.
not?
Cause
That doesn't make any sense.
no, cause we're trying to open it, so we're trying to unlock it first, and then the alarm will go off. So is everybody ready?
Okie pokey. Yep, I moved it.
Yes.
I
Alright.
think I'm good.
All
know
right, so
what that tool
I
does.
think we all have to be here. Oh, Alti, when you have your tool, you're gonna look that way,
Oh.
and then
oh, wait,
you
I can see people from beyond.
yeah, you can
here.
see them.
So there's
The
three
red
to
ones,
left here,
the red ones
and there's three
are
to the right.
the red ones are moving enemies, and the white ones are not. So if
Yeah,
you hold
they're
left click,
right
you should be able to
now.
scan it. Can you scan?
Okay. No, I can't scan through the door, but I do see
No,
them.
no, you should be able to scan it. I'm saying if it's a
Let's
red one.
Start it.
Yeah, let's start it.
Okay,
They're
let's
coming.
start.
They're gonna come behind us. We have to be in the scanner here. Alti, you have to be in the scanner. It's a full team scan.
Get in a
Sorry,
circle.
sorry.
And then scan behind us, Alti. Behind us. They're gonna come behind us. With your scanner. Hold left click so then you can mark them for us.
Oh yeah, they are.
Quick, hold the
they are
circle.
moving.
Hold it, hold it.
Hold the circle.
There we go. Now we can see them through the walls.
Oh,
They're coming.
fuck. Hee-hee. Okay, I'm in.
Alright, guys, they're gonna come through. Get ready.
I
You
love
all
that.
see that? Oh my
Yeah,
God.
yeah. You ready to shoot?
Oh, bastard! You little rat.
Can you scan again? Is there any more?
So many crotch goblins.
Alright, we're good. We're good.
Okay, nice. That was
Scanned it. I think I shot Celeste on accident. Sorry.
Very nice.
Oh.
Celeste has 80% health.
I think that's 50%.
Yeah, that's all. Now we have to go forward.
I'm ready to hack this box and fail miserably.
Well, we have to go this way, Celeste.
Wait. There's enemies through this door over here. There's enemies through this door.
What? Are they
I'm
moving?
Dead by daylight. I'm goaded.
If they're white, that means they're not active. So, and that's not where we're going anyway.
So if they're not active, then we should be okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if they're sleeping, then it's whatever. We
Yeah,
let
so-
them
Can we
sleep.
wake
You
them
should-
up or no?
What?
Yeah, if you go get too loud.
Yeah, that's why. Also, they react to your flashlight, so we have to go dark. And if you hear that noise, that means they're scanning.
Okay. Janjo, you also don't have a leg.
Yes, I broke it in the last war.
Okay, there's one to the left and three to the right.
Okay, I'm gonna... Okay, see that he's glowing? If you're moving, you're gonna alert them, okay. Yeah, so that means they are attacking us, so you can just shoot. Or if there's only like a few of them, then just run up
Guys,
and
do
get
you
them.
want light? I got vision. There you go. We got vision.
We don't
Wait,
want
there
that.
is loot in the other room.
What?
There is like lots of loot in the other room.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to zone 52.
So we're just ignoring loot?
We don't need it.
Yeah, we do. Like if it was health, that'd be nice. Oh, glow sticks.
There'll be more ahead.
Glow sticks. Ooh.
I'll see how many enemies are
What?
through this door.
There's nothing through the store here. How'd
Okay,
you
then.
make that indicator?
Middle mouse button.
I held Q.
Okay. Yeah, there's nothing here.
Okay.
One's
Oh,
ahead,
here's
this way.
Well, we have to find the door that leads to Wait, there's enemies down there.
Yes.
I see an enemy down there. How many enemies do you see, LT?
I see one down where Celeste is looking. There's an active one that's pretty far away.
If it's red, can you scan it for us?
If it's
shit.
red, yes. Right there.
Okay, that's the tentacle person. So we have to kill that,
He was
or it's
running
gonna,
back, but I
or it's
killed
gonna
him.
spawn waves of enemies. Wait, it's in the other room. We're safe. We're safe. We're safe. Let's clear out this room first. I saw an enemy like down here. Yeah, he's
Yes,
right here,
up ahead.
in front of me. Do you guys see how he's like lighting up with his body?
Yeah, he's
Yes.
throwing it back.
Yeah, so if he's doing that, don't move, because then he's scanning the area.
Okay.
Your flashlight's on, so let's... Oh,
Smack him, Celeste.
yeah, let's
Smack
see, you
him.
can just smack him.
Good job.
Yeah.
Is that all?
Good
There's
night,
nothing else?
Sweet prince.
Alright, nice.
Ooh, Bulbasaur. Welcome in.
I don't see the door that says to zone 52, but I see a 51 over here. If you want to go this way.
Yes, there are 4 in here.
Okay. There's a lock on this, so we can just smack this. With my,
Okay.
with my spear. There you go. Alright. How close are they from the door, LT?
They are. There's one to the right, far right, and then there's 3 right in front of us. One
Oh.
there, 2 to the left a little bit.
Okay. Who has glow sticks?
I don't have glow
Celeste
sticks.
does.
No, I have big
What?
flashlight instead.
Oh, I was about to say that's really
Careful,
useful.
careful. They're right there.
Yeah, I can't see.
Time to smack them.
Oh, if they're close to each other, we have to smack them at the same time.
Okay, there's 2 that are close here. There's another one right around the corner.
He's about to throw it back.
No, well, let 'em
Well,
throw
they
it
only
back.
throw it back if they're searching, and then we move.
Alright, hang on, Celeste. Let me walk past
I'm
you,
about
get
to
the
hit
other
him
one.
in the hair.
Oh, oh, oh.
Oh, he's
Stop.
throwing it back.
Don't move.
Man.
Nice. Alright, where are the other ones? I
Over
can't
here.
see them in my thermal. Thank you for the follow. It's used to meet you.
Got him.
Wolfie.
There's 2 more.
Wolfie.
One's right in front of us.
I see one down the stairs. He's gonna throw it back.
He's throwing it back.
Hey yo,
I miss him.
here's a quarter.
Cute. Nice.
How many
in this
more in the room?
One more.
Just one more.
Uh,
Or just rush
a
that
little
guy.
bit east,
Get him,
Celeste.
Celeste.
Celeste,
Yeah,
you
just
can
start
wait.
punch.
Oh,
Just,
yeah.
Just smack him.
just keep smacking him. Just keep smacking him. You don't have to charge when you're already smacking.
Okay, we're good. This room's clear.
Perfect.
I swung again.
Right in front of us,
I
right in
held.
front of
No,
us.
there's so
Right in
many
front of
What?
us.
bathrooms
You
there.
lied to us, Salty. I thought those was
You
clear.
liar.
No, they're outside of my range, but they're right in front of us here. They're north.
All right. Well, we can clear.
Where's
There's
the
a
range?
chest over there.
Chest over here.
Resource room. Yeah, you can open that.
Passage to security zone Z40 is 52? Is that where we need to go?
Yeah. Do you have
I
a?
got
What?
mine.
You're
We
blinding
go
me.
52.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so we need to go back this way. But let's clear this area. Maybe there's loot over here for us.
Okay.
I said we should
There's
clear
one
the
behind
room
you and
earlier,
one right there, Yuki.
and there's loot in there, and you said no.
Yeah, because the door was open.
I'll get the one behind you.
Hi, Ren.
Oh, he's through the
Taking
store.
the
Never mind. It's just this one right here.
Yeah, just rush that guy.
Oh, rush him!
Rush him. There's 4 of us. There's one guy. Get him. There you go.
Good job. Good job.
Good job.
Okay,
we
so
smacked
we
him.
can go through this door too.
There's a
Yeah, there's an
seafoam
enemy right
grenade
beyond
in
the store.
here.
There's an enemy right beyond the store.
Is there a red one that's like moving?
No, there's not a red one. He's like right in front of the store though. Yeah.
Okay, we can just open it. No one wants to open it. Okay.
Oh wait, there's 2 here. There's 2.
Whose flashlight is that? Oh.
Oh.
Where's the other one?
In my
Are they close
room.
proximity? Nice. I thought you said there was 2.
Yes, there's one all the way over here. Like all the way back there. Also, my
Okay.
marker's not working. He's
And I have
east.
night vision, please.
I'm trying to look at your stream to see it, but all of our models are
Oh,
blocking
I
the
found
thing.
him. He's ahead of me.
Right here, right here. Like right in front of here. Oh, there's the red one.
He's throwing it back.
Throwing it back.
I think that guy's in the other room.
Alright, we can smack him.
Yeah. Oh, we missed.
Oh, I missed.
Just keep smacking him.
There's 2 more. 2 more in here.
Are you sure? Where?
I like
Oh.
the mask graphic of all
Right here, right here.
Rhosju.
Yeah.
And right above.
I was getting like
No
Mask
lances. I
filter.
like my sledgehammer. Hello, Maka. Welcome in.
we got eepers. Oh. Any more?
Keepers.
Oh, upstairs. Stop moving.
There's somebody right there. He's throwing it back.
Yeah, we'll get him. We have to.
He's angry.
He's still alive.
He's
We'll
no
t-
longer throwing it back.
He,
He's dead.
you turned around. He was
Not
still alive.
today. Beat him up.
All right. So you see that guy down there, the red one that's marked?
Yes,
Um,
I see him.
Oh.
We can
You take
kill
5
him
damage.
silently, or I can shoot him. But then we fight everything in the zone. How many enemies are in there, ulti?
I only see the one, and it's him.
Oh, perfect. All right, let's just kill him.
Thanks for your daily star, Maka, by the way.
Okay.
I'm gonna open this door. Let's see how big the room is before I shoot him. Do you see any enemies?
He's to the left.
Any enemies that way?
There's nothing here. There's nothing here.
Oh wait, what?
So he's beyond this door right here.
Wait, hold on. We've already cleared this area, but hold on.
Yeah, so we're good. We're good. Jendo?
No, I'm seeing it says passage to 52, but I don't see the 52. Where's the passage to 52?
There's
Okay, I
another
guess
one
we'll
right
try
there.
this.
A lot of fun.
This is the first level. Are we ready? I'm gonna open the door.
I'm ready. I'm good.
Can you scan the guy? Where is he?
Oh wait, there's one more over here.
Oh, you see that?
No.
You see his tentacle over here? If you can peek over. Don't touch that
Oh.
tentacle,
Yes, yes.
or he's gonna spawn a huge wave. So we have to like hit him together
The
because he has a lot of
forbidden.
health.
Oh.
Oh, all right. I'm just gonna shoot this guy. Hold on.
Shoot him!
No, let me shoot him. Don't you guys don't shoot him. We need to one shot him. I have the sniper for. Okay, so there's nothing else in the level because they would have ran towards us
Nothing
if they
else
were.
is here. Nothing else is here.
All right, we can walk around. Yeah, that dude has like a lot of health,
This is
and if we
level
don't one shot him,
Maka.
he'll spawn the enemies.
We just started.
Where's the door? Anybody see the door?
There's one right here.
Yeah, it looks like that's the only door. Okay. Alti, can you see the...
Yes,
The way
yes, I'm on
first.
the way, I'm on the way.
I don't want to open it.
Beep, boop, boop.
Coming right now.
That's
Let me know if anybody needs ammo. I have ammo kit. Any regular enemies? I see one right in front of me.
tentacle. I
One
hear
third-
tentacle guy.
Yeah, he's over there. I can see his tentacle through my thermal. He's touching the guy in front of me.
There are 2 white ones here. The tentacle guy is right next to a white one.
Oh, I think I desynced from the VTube studio.
That's okay.
Oh, I'm
Alright, how
not
many
on
enemies are
either
in the room,
anymore.
Ulti?
Oh,
Who just
shit.
shot? Back
Hold
up,
on,
back up.
guys,
Everybody
gotta
back
go
up.
to the VTube
Back up, back
studio.
up. Ulti.
My
Ulti.
VTube studio crashed.
Ulti. The tentacle's gonna touch you. Okay, it touched you. And you got in my way when I tried to shoot it. Ulti's down. Guys, put your turrets down. We need to survive.
I did.
They're coming behind us.
I'm getting a VTube studio back up right now.
Okay, there's a bunch of enemies behind us. There's also a big guy.
Why are they like bent down like that?
That's a great question.
Turrets will friendly fire? Oh. Where's Ulti? Where did he die at?
He's
Oh, he's not dead then.
he survived. But there's this guy. Well, we just lost a ton of health and a ton of ammo.
I have 2 refill pack. I got 2, by the way.
Yeah, what?
2 refill. Oh, I used
That's
up
for
my
the
2.
tools. You need to use
I'll
one.
use it on this one.
Yeah, you need to use it on yourself.
I used one on myself already. It's at 72 right now.
Okay, then
Okay, VTube
I'll use
studio
it
is
on
back
just
up
wait.
now.
And we're back.
So 50, 50. I guess. I mean, I think everybody's been cleared out in there, right?
Yeah. Just they spawned the wave.
I got
Oh,
a
right
red
here.
key.
Look, there's a cube. Return to the door and enter zone 52. We haven't even found zone 52 yet. Oh, this is dead end. This is just to find the key to zone 52.
Oh,
So now we have to go
I'm
back.
Sorry about that. I was getting VTube studios set up.
it's all good. I guess I
Every-
should probably try to rejoin again, eh?
Everybody is in
Yeah.
the center of my screen.
Woohoo! Center party.
Yep. There we go.
Yes, I'm getting us all in the cuddle puddle again. I'm gonna be using that from now on, just so you know.
Where's the Solinist?
Yuki, I can't get over how cute your model is.
It's got great assets. Oh, I don't know if
There
they
you go.
hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
I was stabbing you. Alright, let's get it.
so should we
Alright,
go
we're
back to that
back.
door I
There we go.
found earlier?
Yeah, we need to find the one that leads us to zone 52.
Yes, zone 52.
Well, I can't tell because that door's destroyed.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna wait for Yuki.
Yeah, I mean... That's the only way out. Yeah, that's the only door.
You're good. Sorry, Jan was stuck
No
to
worries.
my
My key.
my pigtail and was getting flung around.
It's fine.
I was like, I don't know about that one. I'm like, this is a crazy roller coaster.
Where's
I
zone
think they
52?
came up here. Yeah. I am hurt because I died, but then again, I was setting up everything. So I don't know if we have any healing items.
How dare you abandon your post?
That's right.
I only got
we can
schwacked because I
we
was
can
crouching
clear
over
it.
you to protect you, but
I think. Wait, I found an artifact.
Query.
Resource
Aliens.
room zone 51.
It's 100% heat.
Shoot. Query items. Items. Help.
Wait, I think I found the door, guys. Let's see.
This right here.
List.
No, this already
Oh
leads to
no,
this area
Jan's
that
in
we've been
this
in.
room already. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you open this? Ooh.
Glow sticks. No, I want my thing.
Janjo's hacking.
Hacker man.
There's a medipack.
But where?
Trying to ping it.
yeah, Uti take it.
A29. Okay, never mind. Are we in zone 51? Query.
are-
Medipacked.
We're in zone
820.
50 right now.
Okay, I'm clearing
Zone
where
50,
this.
Charlie.
Yeah, near
Hacker
50.
time.
Alright, where's 51 at?
After time. What's
51
inside here?
is this 51 right
Full
here?
refill pack. Oh shit, I'm hacking this lock. Good luck, guys.
That's 437.
I
This?
made it
No, that's
in.
not it.
Over
Oh,
here.
I found zone 50F.
Wait, there's a bunch of lockers. Are these open already or no?
I don't think those are open. Don't think these are open.
Oh, okay, let's check all the lockers. Oh, here, there's a med pack right here. Come here, I'm gonna heal you.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. How do I? Oh, thank you. You're using it on me.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it only gives 20%.
20%.
That's
not
hot.
60.
I like watching.
Uh, here, you'll need it more
Hi,
than me. I'm
Maple
a
Tree.
sniper.
Yeah,
Alright,
4
we're all out.
cute beans.
Oh, never mind.
Oh,
That's right.
oh, don't throw it back, mister.
Alright,
I
Celeste
don't
has the least
appreciate
amount of
that.
health. Yeah, I listed the query for this whole zone, so we can go check out the other lockers that aren't open. If you guys go to the map,
Okay,
Okay.
and then just head over there. I'm gonna start listing more stuff. Let's see, 51 and 50. Okay.
I got an explosive mine, by the way. I don't know what to do with it.
You have to put that in a wall.
Okay. So I'll probably put that in a door when we breach an area.
I am trying
That
to
was it for this room? Damn, that's...
ping.
These lockers were
boring.
open. There's just glow sticks in here.
Okay, well, those are good too.
Oh, this
Uh,
one's closed.
I did
This
have a
locker's
foam
closed,
grenade
though.
though.
Bomb
It's near
grenade?
Celeste.
Okay, we can use that for later. That's good too. Alright, I have pinged or listed all the items I can in the zones.
Okay.
So I can only either carry glow sticks or the foam grenade.
I'll do the glow
Okay.
sticks. Who needs ammo?
Okay, Dicky.
You need it.
How do I check my ammo here?
Where's Yuki?
I'm pretty good on ammo right
Oh,
now.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Oh, never mind. It's a different.
I think
Okay.
I need ammo.
Alright, let's find zone 52.
Oh god, my hands started lacking
Okay.
up.
Oh,
It's
wait,
gonna
on
find
a
it.
trip.
Cramping.
My favorite
cramp,
rocket
why?
ship. Zooming through the skies.
50G,
Oh,
50 gamma.
let's go down this ladder. I thought I saw
Yep,
something.
I have to check every corner. to
What about
find
this
it.
door?
That should be just the resource room. It doesn't tell us to zone 52.
Hi, Mari. Thanks for getting your daily star.
Money.
Maori.
Yeah, there's nothing in here, so we can just open this.
Where's the door? I don't see the next door to get to.
Celeste!
What's up?
Hey, cutie patootie. We're in an orange
We
circle.
need you.
We needed a full
Oh,
team
no.
scan over here.
Our cutie patootie gang can't continue without you.
But I'm adventuring.
Adventure with us.
She left us.
I did leave you guys. Y'all are so far, my god.
Right here.
If you spam the crouch button, it goes faster.
Does it?
Yeah, that's an intentional game sign.
Okay, nothing.
Alright, no enemies, right?
Yes, nothing.
Alright, so this is just a bunch of resources.
Onwards.
It's a resource room. Let's get more health.
Yeah, we're good, we're good. There's nothing here.
I'm gonna see if there's another door. Maybe it'll lead somewhere.
Is there nothing in there? Damn.
Also, look in the
There's another foam
containers.
Ooh.
Another foam grenade here.
Who got the artifact?
Yeah, that's what
I
to say.
did.
Healing over here on me.
What the heck is that? Petin? Explosive? Wait, trip mine. There's a trip mine explosive.
Oh, those are so good. I love those so much.
You
Come
can
here,
get it. I got
Celeste.
my flashlight. I got a lock
Oh,
mount.
yeah,
Celeste,
but
stop
trip mine
moving,
too,
stop
I have a
moving,
trip
stop
mine as
moving,
well.
Celeste.
Oh, thank you.
No, I think I'm
Who's
gonna
that
keep the foam
fourth you
grenade.
spy? That's Yuki. Yuki
Yeah,
introduced.
Yuki's a cutie patootie.
Yeah.
Hi.
But, anybody
Yeah,
have
my
a...
Twitch is not working, so I couldn't join. For whatever reason, it doesn't want
Aw.
to connect.
Well, at least you're here with us. That's
Yes.
what matters.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh,
wrong.
no.
Oh, you don't play DVD enough.
What? What do you
I
do?
am live
She's
on my
failing
other
the
platform,
hack.
Ooh.
Oh, what's your other platform?
Wonderful.
To
so.
refill.
YouTube and Kick.
Give that to yourself.
Oh, the YouTube, yes.
Can you give that to me and yourself? The tool refill. Thank you. And then how many more refills do you have?
I guess I got 2 more.
Okay, use it on me again and use it on Yuki. And then we should be like at 100%.
And then I got another.
Nothing else in this
There
room?
you go.
I don't see anything. I don't see any enemies near us whatsoever, so we're good.
Yuki, what's your username, by the way? Like your full username, so I can ping you on the.
Oh, I have it in my title,
Oh.
Celeste. It's Yuzuki Yuki.
Yeah, with
Okay.
CH.
There you go. Thank you, Churro.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna start running around because I
Well,
need
this,
to find where
I
the
guess this room's
stores.
just empty, isn't it?
That's a resource
It's
room,
just
Maltese,
for
so there's no enemy.
resources.
Oh, got it, okay.
Let me go back to my adventure room.
What the hell? You started whispering in the radio.
That was me.
Started breathing
I
in my
jumped,
ear.
And I started, and I hurt myself. I don't know how.
Fall damage?
Yeah.
Yes, but I did the same jump Yuki did, but she just did it better than me.
Okay, I'm lost. There's nowhere else for us
okay.
to go.
Let me look at the map. Wait, oh no, we can't go there.
Maybe over there, back
I
here,
was
down
gonna
here.
say,
Can we
right,
check down here?
Right over here.
Yeah, can we
but
check
it
bottom
doesn't look
left?
like-
No, this is a door we can open right here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we gotta go back the way we came. Okay.
Yeah, but that'd be
Wait,
weird.
which door?
Bottom left of the map.
Where we spawned.
Yeah, I'm heading to it if you just want to
Oh,
follow me.
that zone earlier when I said there was stuff here we should explore, and you were like, nah, let's just go ahead, right?
Well, we need to find where the
Right?
right door is first.
This looks awfully familiar.
I hear.
Oh, some people.
Oh, right here. There's a sleeper.
Oh yeah. We got movement. All white.
How many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5.
Okay. Can you just take him out one by one? I'm gonna go left over here.
Good job, Celeste. They're what? Oh, he noticed.
Yeah. If you don't shoot, just okay. You guys did someone shoot.
Ow. All right, we're gonna have to shoot.
Yeah, I'm already shooting because 3 guys back here started attacking me.
Oh, bastard.
I was about to say, if only one of them gets aggro, don't shoot because then you're gonna aggro the whole room. There's glow sticks in here.
I got hit twice. I only have. I
Open.
may need another med kit.
More glow sticks? Well, we need to find them.
Okay, here's zone.
Wait,
We
I
need
see
a.
something. I see something ahead. It's they're red dots, but they're not enemies.
What? Can you scan it?
I cannot scan it. No,
Red
it might be a
dots.
trap or something.
I
But
don't know.
see red dots.
Who has the keycard?
It's through this room
Oh,
right
I
here.
have the key.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is a class 4 alarm. Perfect. So it's 2
So we should put
alarms
our
harder
sentries
than
down.
yeah. Oh, this door's busted. You want to foam this over here? Can you throw the foam? I'll do. We're trying to close the door.
Oh.
Alright, Alti, can you put your mine over here? On that wall?
On the wall.
Yeah, right there. So when they bust through, it'll kill everything. You have to aim at the wall over there. Over there where my ping is to your left.
Yes, on the foam, right? On the foam.
No, over here, Alti, on this
Oh, you
wall.
mean on this? Oh,
Yeah,
I
on the
see, I
wall.
see. Okay.
It's like a
Can they
tripwire.
destroy my sentry?
It shouldn't. I'm just hoping they come here, but they also might come from the front. So I'm just gonna put my sentry here. Actually, hold on. We might need to scan over here, so I'm gonna move it to the side. Alright.
There we go.
We need you to scan whenever you can, Ulti. Because that also helps the turret, like, aim better.
I can't scan anything.
Let's
Nothing is
No, when I'm talking about when the alarm's going off, because the robots come
Alarms
behind
go
us.
off? Okay, yeah.
I'm
Yep.
bloodthirsty.
Alright.
Let's do this.
Is everybody ready? I think we only have to be
I'm ready.
here.
I'm ready.
Might be a full team scan, and then we separate. Ulti. Ulti. It's a full scan.
Yes. Sorry.
Fast, fast, fast.
Alright, it sounds like they're coming from that direction, yeah. Oh, never mind. There's,
Find us.
yeah, they're coming through. Wait, what? What are they shooting at over there?
I don't know where that bitch came from. There's
Oh,
there's
a big enemy. There's a big enemy. Let me shoot him. Never mind, his head's gone.
We got him.
There's more scans
Let's
ahead.
find you.
Can you scan again, Ulti?
Yep, on it.
If you see the big enemy, don't let me try and shoot him in the
They're
head.
over there.
Oh, they're shooting through the wall.
No, they're hitting him. That's just a visual
They're on
for
the
the
way.
bug. Yeah, I'm gonna wait a little bit because the sentry might shoot me.
That's a lot.
Yeah, this little turret has a lot of ammo. Can you scan again?
Yuki, you're playing a very dangerous game.
Ulti, can you scan? Thank you.
They're all right there. They're all right there.
Alright, we got the alarm. We just need to clear out the enemies.
Oh, how dare you, Naruto, run at me?
Can we get another scan? Ow.
I'm down. Something hit me.
Oh, there was a little dude behind you smacking your legs. Alright, this should be the last guy. Ow. Oh, I can't see their attack. Alright, who needs ammo? Probably everybody. And then nice calm music. Who needs ammo?
I am out of ammo. Yes, I'm out of ammo. Primary.
Okay, Yuki.
Is there anybody outside this door?
Alti said there was like dots. I think so.
Yes, there are red dots. I don't know what they are, but
Already.
they are not red enemies. They're red dots.
Okay, let's just open it. Let's see. I'm
There
gonna
are white enemies here.
turn my flashlight off.
Oh, what?
No, it's just a scan. It's not a. There's no alarm. There's just waiting.
Yes, here we go.
Checkpoint.
Where's the giant flashlight?
There's a lot of whites here.
Yeah, there's one at 245. Somewhere
Find
inside.
HSU 594.
We need to find a
There
terminal.
are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 enemies here.
Bing 'em.
They can't. They're not moving.
Oh.
Oh, here, hold on. Let me glow stick. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. Just don't shoot. Just melee these guys. I'm about to go down actually. There's.
I got you, Yuki. I got you.
Shoot him in the ass.
just shoot. We should just shoot.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Guys, just charge that. All right, if you want to shoot. Go ahead. I don't want to waste my bullets. So I'm just gonna wait for them to come.
They're all awake. They're all awake.
Yeah, I'm low on ammo, so I don't want to. I just want a melee.
Okay.
All right, let's. Any more in the room?
I saw that, Yuki. Oh, that's a health pack, Yuki. Nice.
Yeah, take it, Yuki. Take it.
Yeah, everybody needs a health pack.
Yes, there are people, white dots over here. They are northeast and southwest.
Are they in another room?
Yeah, they're in this room that we're.
What's the number? 529? Which HHU what? Never mind, I got it. Did you guys see where the ping is?
Thank you.
It's all the way up there.
No, I don't see where the ping
No, I
is.
don't see it.
It was at 50 north if you look at the top of your screen. It's in that direction. I'm gonna ping it. It's in that direction at the north. It's like up top. You see it up there?
Oh.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Okay, so that's where we need
Oh
to
wait,
go.
have I been muted this entire time? Oh
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
Oh
okay.
no.
It's okay.
Did we find a
any-
way?
oh, wait.
It's okay. We just thought you hated us. You know.
Damn.
No.
Is there a way up this way?
Okay.
Oh wait, probably through the door over there on the right over here.
Shouldn't we open this door here or no?
That's not where I don't. No, I'm. Cause the thing is through this room over here. Like the ping was through up here. If there's no path up here, we can try the other way. All right, we ready?
There are a lot of white dots
Yeah.
in here, just so you know.
How many?
Let's kill him.
Ta ta ta. Ha ha ha.
Alright.
Oh, who did that?
Oh, Jen. You need to play some more Dead by Daylight, it sounds like.
No, you. I messed up once. You messed up like 15 times.
No, it's because you
Alright,
put
lights
some
off, lights off,
pressure
lights off.
on me.
There's no pressure.
They are west of us right now. West of us.
Oh, look at these bitches. There's so many of them.
Yeah.
Let's all take
There
one
are
enemy.
5. There are 5. There are 2 right next to each other.
Yep, they're right next to each other. We have to
We
execute
need
them
to
at the
take
same
each
time.
one, right? Yeah. Throwing it back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, get it.
Wait, hold on. Nobody move.
I'm gonna get this
Ulti,
one.
ulti.
Oh. Oh, careful. Don't be too hasty.
Wait. Oh, or not.
Wait for what?
If one of them's like doing the heart
Twerking.
and you kill, then they're gonna get
One of
active.
them's working. Wait, there are a lot more in here. There's 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Here, Celeste, you can get
7,
that one. You can get that one too.
9, 10. There's 10 of them. Celeste,
Celeste, you
kill
didn't
it.
kill him.
Kill it. Oh no. Yuki, kill it.
Just the repeated smack. Who's shooting?
It's not me.
Well, we're
Sorry,
shooting now. We're
Lucky.
shooting now.
Open fire! Open fire!
Wait, I have bullets now. I can shoot.
Alright, we're good.
No more
It
enemies.
was me. I was the first.
There's another one.
It's okay.
Spat at me.
I'm
There's a lot of them.
guys. Come back to the next room. Come back to the next room.
Come back to the next room. Come back to the
Yeah.
next room.
Goodbye, Celeste.
Goodbye.
I'm gonna close this door. Yuki, to the door.
Yuki, get in here. Get in here.
We're setting up. Set up the
Yeah,
turrets.
stand there.
Turrets. Celeste, I don't have enough bullets to kill all of these. I don't have a grenade.
I am done.
It's okay. We're coming back. We're coming back.
Yuki, I don't want to shoot you. Oh, my god.
Rest in peace is me.
Jojo!
It's fine. Just go back a little bit. Look, there's only like one. There's only like 2 enemies left. See, perfect. Ulti, you just ran in front of me.
I am under the water.
Yep.
See, that was easy.
I think we're good. Let me see.
All right, I'm gonna bring
Yeah,
up.
we're good.
I'm bringing a landmine next mission. I am down.
I am
Welcome back to the land of
down.
living.
Alright, I'm gonna ping. Are you guys ready?
I'm back.
I'm pinging.
There's more over that way. More south.
Did you guys see the ping?
Oh, terminal ping. It's right over me. It's inside. Gotta climb up somewhere.
Okay, I'll continue pinging until y'all get it.
Oh. Yeah, I got it. I got it. I'm
Okay.
at it. So what am I supposed to do there?
You pick it up. We have to retrieve the data core sample.
Wait, ping it again?
Bro, I
it was
thought
a
you said you
computer
got
were
it.
pinging. Yeah, I mean, I saw it. It was like up here. Is that like take DNA core sample? That's so. Okay.
We had to get over there.
I climbed up the steps. There's a ladder that goes up here.
Did we
Ladder.
clear the room?
Nope.
I was about to say there
I
might
went around the
be
entire room. There wasn't anything there.
some goodies.
Looking around for some goodies.
Yeah, I went.
See,
we need-
there's a. I'm standing on top of a
Yeah.
ladder, ulti.
Oh,
Oh,
gotcha.
yes, I see you.
Wait, do we all need to be there?
Yes.
Yes.
We all need to be there.
Full team.
Alright, I don't know if we... After we collect it, we have... Because we have to run back to the
Gotcha,
beginning.
Jan.
Well, if we run back to the beginning, I'm saying we need health, because infinite enemies spawn.
Oh.
Infinite
On
enemy.
our way back, like it's an extraction from like Helldivers.
Oh.
So I'm saying we should
okay.
probably get health now, because I don't know if this
Yes.
ends the mission, so... there's a bunch of resources... Oh wait, that's we were already over there. Is there a terminal nearby here?
I didn't see one.
Is there another door maybe? Down where all teams? No? Oh, this is gonna suck because we're all like one shot.
Yes, yes we are.
Adds to the challenge.
Alright. I don't see any more way for us to get any health back, so...
We're just cooked.
yeah, if you want to
Yo.
memorize the way back,
Here we go.
once we're done.
Alright, hang on. Let's look at the map.
Yeah. So we're gonna go
So while
back
waiting
down the
for-
stairs. Go back down the stairs. And then...
Okay.
No, well, it's
Then
more
we
like
make a
over
left,
here. And then we go down here to where, downwards. And
And then we
then...
make another left.
Then make a left. Make a left and then we just go
Okay.
straight, yeah. And then to
Go
the right.
straight. Yeah, and then we gotta make a right. Okay.
Okay. Alright, I got it memorized.
Left.
On me.
Yeah. We got it. We got it.
Yep, right there. Alright, spam the crouch
You
button.
know, I'm just following you guys.
I'm probably just gonna drop down from here.
You're gonna take damage, I think.
It'll regen my health back.
Oh.
Collect? Did we collect it? Oh, return to the entrance. We're ready. Come down, come down.
Return
Downstairs, this way, this way.
fast.
This way,
Where?
this way, down the stairs.
I'm scared.
Follow me. There's enemies in front of me.
Run past them.
We can't, there's gonna be spawning infinitely. They're faster
Okay,
than
okay.
us.
We shoot.
Can you scan them?
I think I just shot Celeste.
Behind.
Yep.
I have to
and
I
any
am
scanners?
one hit, guys.
I got 11
Any
bullets.
scanners?
Just keep running. Oh, they're gonna bust through this door, but they're gonna explode. It's fine. Just run past. We have to stand at the extraction
Keep going,
point.
keep going.
They have to scan us out of here. Ulti scan. Put your turrets down. Nobody go in front of me. I'm using a sniper. I might shoot you. Alright, I think we're out. Because there's only 8% left. Perfect. Yo!
We did it!
See, that only took 50 minutes. Hello, just gaming. That was only our one.
Good job.
What's
like our
that
first time
NRE
playing.
probe reaction? What does that mean?
Where? Oh, I have no idea.
Not bad for a first try. Not bad.
Yeah, I'm switching to a
Oh,
mine.
we did real good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of too easy. We need to go harder.
Yeah, we gotta
That was
go
not
harder
easy.
this
Shut the
time.
hell up.
How do I start the how do we do another one? Or do I
You
just
go to the
loop
rundown.
or-
The rundown. The rundown tab.
Okay.
So now there's the R1
So that was
B1,
R1.
R1 B2. If you
Oh, yes,
click
we
on
have
it,
to
we can
go
all
in
click
order
on
with
it.
all
QR,
these.
yeah.
Yeah, we have to go in order now.
I'm sure one of these are the harder versions of the rundown.
Yes, I gotta swap my gun. I want to use something else.
I mean, I recommend using the one that I'm using, the Akrat STB.
I want like a burst something. Oh, is the
Well,
Techman good?
You can burst all the guns. I'm just using this because you can see in the dark with it, because it has thermal.
Oh, the Drecker looks good.
I need to see the boosters.
Ooh.
Should I bring the foam launcher?
I think that'd be good.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna be bringing the mine one.
Are any of these like are any of these guns suppressed?
No. The only thing we have suppressed are our melee weapons. But that's not even suppressed because they can still hear that.
Damn, it's hot in here.
Yeah, it is kind of getting hard in here too.
I turned on my fan.
Is it hot in here or is it just me? Oh my.
Yeah, it's getting very hot in here. Cover.
Oh, give me 1 sec before we do the start the next one.
Already!
No rush. I'm still looking at my boosters.
I am
I'm
lowering my
ready.
graphics.
Same. I need to do that. Affection. Okay, I don't want that. Did you equip all the boosters you can? Phyllis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I only have 2 to switch between.
Yeah.
I don't have any aggressive things.
Yeah, the ones that I have for aggressive aren't that great for my thing. There you go. Oh yeah, we can ready up.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna bring up your guys' voice volume.
Okay.
Yes, everybody must hear us.
Yeah, they were saying you guys were really quiet, but I had to do it in my main settings.
Yes, it's okay. Right. I'm ready. I just delivered Necro's birthday card.
Very nice. Happy birthday.
Happy
Yes, it's
birthday.
one of my boys'
Birthday.
birthday, so made him sign the card and everything.
Hell
And they're
yeah.
playing
Thank you.
DBD right now.
My birthday was on Halloween, so it was like a week ago.
No!
Oh,
A week
Halloween,
ago.
actually?
Yay!
Happy belated.
Yeah.
You're a Halloween birthday girl. Oh my.
Yeah. I'm doing a birthday
Happy
stream
belated birthday.
tomorrow.
Anything special planned?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna wing it.
Nice.
Be like, hi. You'll have to, you know.
I'm in hydrospaces.
Yeah, because do you know about the lore on why we're going down here?
Here we go.
Alti?
Nope, I don't know why.
Oh, we're all prisoners. And we're
We're
being sent down.
prisoners?
Yeah, we're prisoners. And we're like in our deathbed and we're getting sent down to like do these missions.
What
That-
was y'all's crime? What are you guys here for?
I'm here for loitering.
I sharpened too many pencils at one time.
That's devious.
Pencil sharpening.
I sent feet pics to the wrong person.
Oh no, not
Oh.
the feet pics. Can I see them?
There we go.
Kidding, I'm kidding,
I mean, we're already in prison. I mean, might as
Watch
well.
me get out. I don't have
Yeah.
access.
We're already
They
in
were
prison.
Oh yeah, we have to finish the
I gotta
rundown.
get out first.
Oh,
yeah,
this one
there you go.
sucks. Alti.
Let me get back to the surface.
This mission sucks. We have to collect 12 IDs.
Can't get out. There we go.
Yeah, we have to wait.
Not feet pics. That'd be great. A great mission.
Actually, that's what it is. They're just trying to say IDs.
Just think that we're collecting feet pics, then the whole
Well,
world
I
is great.
crashed. I'm gonna try to respawn in.
Yeah, she should be able to join.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's bitches out there, guys.
Wait, you crashed, but I still hear you.
They're talking on Discord.
Oh wait, that was in Discord. Okay.
Oh no! Yuki! Yuki could not handle the feet pic.
Bishop.
Let me invite you, Yuki.
It says Bishop's following Alti.
Okay, thank you.
No, Bishop. Follow me.
Alright, Celeste, come here. I'm gonna teach you something. But
Just
there's
do
enemies
them
right in
at
front of
the
me.
Same time.
No. So if you flash them real quick like this, they're gonna start scanning, and then now they're gonna be synced
Wait,
together.
who's Bishop? Oh, that's the bot.
That's a bot.
Wait, do I have to restart the
Ah.
mission?
No. She should be able to join. Alright, you go in front of this one, and I'll go into the one on the right.
The left.
After
Yuki,
this
will
one.
you be able to
Yeah.
just join in or no?
Alright, let me know when you're charging.
I'm charging.
Okay, go ahead. Perfect. And there's a guy behind you. Be careful.
Oh, I did not see you.
Yeah, I saw him.
I think
with
so.
my
I think I can
thermal.
just join in. I'll try.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, because it's not giving me the option to invite you, but we can reset
just
the
a
mission.
poll. Thank you for
Okay,
the
I'll try, I'll
follow.
try.
Nice to meet you. Nice, Celeste. Alright, where are they?
What did I miss? What's going on?
Oh, I was
killing
just teaching
people.
Celeste how to
Alright,
like
there's two to the left,
sync
two
the
to the left.
enemy.
How to edge
3 to the
them.
left, 4 to the
Yeah.
left, 4. 5 to the left.
Jen was teaching me how to edge the enemies.
Here, you want to learn how,
Especially
Celeste?
no nut November. It's
I'll take-
very important.
Hey.
Oh wait,
Celeste.
flashlight off, flashlight off, flashlight off. Don't move. Oh, he heard you. Just melee these guys next to us. Don't shoot. There you go. Fine, that's fine.
I
Good job,
climbed up
Celeste.
the ladder.
Oh yeah, I was
Hey,
talking.
you got 'em all.
I was talking to Bishop. I thought it was one of you guys. Bishop alerted.
Yo, a dust of gold. Thanks for the
Thank
follow.
you for
Yeah,
Logan.
the
that's
follow.
gold. Let's go.
Have a
Yes,
good night,
Irie. Thank you for
Irie.
stopping by. I'm gonna tuck you
Good
in.
night, Irie. Alright, let's do this.
There you go.
Oh, wait,
The
I
answer
think
is negative. It wants me to join your VTube studio.
Okay.
Not the game.
Let me
Sorry.
okay, we're
Um,
gonna have to reset. No worries, no worries.
no,
How do we
'cause you
reset
have-
here?
You have hold on.
Control F.
Well, Alti, because you have the VTube thing up, not the game. That's why they can't join.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Because Steam is showing VTube.
Oh, it's because my VTube Studio crashed.
Yeah, it
That was
crashed
the,
and you
the
opened
latest
it.
thing that I opened. That's why. Okay.
Hold on.
Here,
Wait,
we'll
if
just
you-
have to reset then.
Well, if you leave,
Can't
well,
you
maybe
just
the
click on their name and invite them to join?
no Celeste, because it's showing that he's on VTube Studio, so they can't join because Steam's saying VTube Studio and not. GTFO.
Isn't there like a lobby? There's the lobby. Can you invite from the lobby when you press exit?
We have to leave the whole thing.
Yeah, we're gonna have to leave. So we'll just quickly reset.
Yeah. All right. Oh my God, Celeste, come here. Yeah, I was about to shoot Celeste.
Whoa!
Okay,
That's
you were about to shoot
mean.
Celeste. That's crazy.
Wait.
Okay, we're
my
in lobby.
boosters got
They got what?
Yes, my boosters got used maybe. I don't
Yeah,
know.
they got deleted. Get pranked.
That's so sad.
We'll find more boosters.
Okay, it's still telling me to join VTube Studio.
Yeah, you have to close the game LT and open the game.
Oh yeah, I gotta close the game because
Oh,
my
okay.
VTube Studio crashed. So let me close it real
Oh
quick.
no!
Yeah, that's what happened. So I'm just gonna quickly reset here, and then it should say that we're back on GTFO.
Okie dokie.
I think you should be able to just join our The same lobby you're in, Alti. Me and Celeste are still here.
Let me here. I'll grab a link for Utimo's chat, and everybody is linked in there. So, here, yeah, I grab it.
Melee damage, but I need to be less than 50% HP.
Oh, I was unmuted. Sorry, guys.
No worries. I'm replying as they can't hear me. No worries.
Okay, it's up.
Celeste,
What?
you have to join them because they didn't hear me the first time. Yeah, then I realized that you weren't in the chat. And I was talking to Celeste and then
You
Alti.
Discord. Thank you.
Alright, we're in.
My
I've been muted on Discord this entire time.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that you can't hear what they're saying, Celeste.
Nope.
It's fine, you didn't miss anything. Alright. More melee damage, but I have to be less
There
than
we
50.
go.
Alright, you got all your boosters? Everybody boosted?
Many
I
as
got
have, but
everything
just
I could
one.
get.
Last one? What?
Just the one. Just the one.
R1B1. Artifact heat, 91%.
I didn't realize how many rundowns there are. Like, this game is stacked.
Yeah, I think I've only gone to D1. And there's even a next screen after that. Celeste, can you hear us?
So that's
I think so.
Are you ready?
Oh,
Yes.
I can't hear her. It's like she's not there. Oh no, I'm so sad.
You can't hear me?
Oh, it's like I can hear
I
this
can't
like
hear her.
fairy in the distance.
What the?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, where's Celeste at, guys?
Oh no, Celeste, what happened to you?
The feet pick strikes again.
the feet picks.
Oh. What'd you guys go for prison this time?
I sent knee pics.
What?
That's very scandalous.
I thought you were about to
That
say
is
the one that
scandalous.
in the video I sent you.
What?
The one you were talking about in the video?
Well, in short, I crashed again, and my VTube studio also, or everything went down.
Don't move when they
No.
throw it back. Gotcha.
Oh, and I have.
Okay,
no
we
sound.
will wait for you. You should be able to join in session this time since we fixed
Collect
the issue.
feet pics.
Oh,
Got it.
I gotta-
She's
I'm
not even
so
here to my
sorry. It
left,
just
she
crashed on me
disappeared.
again when we dropped.
Oh no.
Yeah, no worries.
Is there
Yeah.
a setting?
Yeah, the drop is usually pretty intense. You can skip the drop. There should be like a button you can hold to skip it.
So she
I
got
can't skip
sniped
the
again.
drop, but I can skip like the intro.
Yeah, you can skip the intro. We're just chilling here.
No.
Yeah, we'll
I'm
just hang out
coming.
here for a little bit.
I'm gonna stab Celeste.
Don't you dare stab me. I'm a whoop. Whoop.
I'm giving you a haircut for your bald head.
You are my. Whoop whoop.
We didn't even get Bishop this time because she didn't drop down all the way.
Yeah, Bishop's no longer. Can I touch?
What? That's not good.
No. On Janshire.
Whoa, these are cool.
Hello?
They're coming.
No.
What happened? What happened?
Oh, they're coming.
What'd y'all do?
No, you shoot. Oh, that's ulti. Blame ulti.
My game froze a little bit.
Not me. What did ulti do?
Well, yeah, that's why you should always be in your melee. Behind you. I got him. How many more? I thought that little creature was Celeste.
It was me, actually.
Yep, that was her IRL, guys.
Why am I in the adrenaline shot? What the fuck?
What do you mean? Adrenaline
My
shot?
heartbeat is going fast.
Oh, because you keep exerting yourself. Because you have a heart rate like a regular
coming.
person.
Damn, I took so much damage. I blame it
Well,
on
I
OT.
know my guns are pretty good.
I did too.
So that's good.
Yuki's here. She's
I'm
dropping in.
coming!
Yuki's here.
Oh my god, I can see her,
Yippee,
look.
dismissed it. We just got bombarded.
Look, she's up there. She's dropping. She's up there.
Is she? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can
Wait,
see her
is she?
name.
Oh yeah.
She's all the way up there. See?
I'm coming!
Hi, Miss Fun Day. Bald. I am bald right now. Well, I guess
Is
the
she-
whole room's
is she dropping?
cleared.
Oh, there she is.
Wicked.
She dropped. She's behind us now.
I lived!
Why is she all the way
Let's
over there?
I'm alive!
I guess she teleported to the furthest
Wait, where
player
the hell
in.
are you
Oh,
guys?
you teleported. What the heck?
Yeah, you teleported to Celeste, but she kept running up
Oh,
close.
okay.
I think it's because she's deepest in.
Yep.
Yes, sir. That's what she said.
Got him.
Hey, where's my scanner?
Sorry, I have a potty brain.
Oh.
Look
Yeah,
for
don't
artifacts.
Touch the computer.
You guys need to learn how to touch it.
No, I don't want to. You do it.
You have to.
You
You
are
touch the
pro
computer.
Oh, I fell.
You have to touch it. You gotta teach
I'm
others
not
how to touch
touching
it.
Right
Just
No.
touch it. It's very easy. You can type in help, and then you can type in command. Oh
Oh shit, I fell.
shit! There's a locker right there. Yeah, Celeste, get in here.
I am
I have an
hacking.
ammo pack over here.
All right, Ulti, get in here. Start hacking. You're the hacker man now.
I'm hacking this. How do I activate this?
Oh,
Ooh.
Celeste already hacked it. The door's open. Ulti, you're just holding the hacker tool.
I'm learning how to hack first. Okay. That's how you hack. I picked up something. It's blue.
That's the tool refill pack.
A refill pack. Who needs refills?
I don't.
Everybody, because we're not full. Anybody, you can give it to
Alright,
anybody.
let me give you Genja here.
Okay, thank you. All right, somebody touch the computer.
I have an
Let me
ammo
touch it.
thing.
Alright,
Does
I
anyone
will
need it?
touch I do need ammo.
Oh, that's
Ulti's
so annoying.
already out of
I'm
ammo.
So far away from.
I got
All right.
the computer.
hack.
Yeah, so you have to hack. So you gotta. I can see what you're typing.
Yeah, I am bald dust.
You have to type in.
I'm a monkey.
You spelled commands wrong.
I broke my knees. Never mind. Just kidding.
Type in list. Wait, no. Type in query. Wait, no, wait, my bad.
Query.
Yeah, type in list.
Okay, I typed in query.
List zone 38.
What do you want me to type in?
Type in list zone _ 38. There's a space in between list and zone. Oh,
How do you know we have
List
to go
zone.
to zone 38?
no, we're in zone 38. I'm trying to see what items are here.
Oh.
I got
Yeah, I'm still running around.
a locker.
Okay.
HSU. What does that stand for? A box.
Those are, I think so. Those are boxes. Type in query space personnel space ID. Okay, perfect.
No item was found.
All right, Celeste, what do we do?
We opened this door.
Well, we need to find where the IDs are. Here, let me see.
Yeah, we opened this door.
Let's open the door. Oh.
Celeste, did you not read? I'm gonna blow us up. Oh, come here.
I'm coming! I'm coming!
I'm scanning. Oh my gosh. Right there, right there. Oh my god. They're all right there.
Can you scan? Perfect.
Somebody's not in the zone.
Yeah, we were at 98%.
Sorry. Want to get a better angle.
Now we have to scan. We have to go down there, by the way. To scan. How am I getting hit? I'm behind the wall.
I went down there.
I do not like to hear that.
Who the fuck is shooting him?
We need to scan
Yeah, I'm
downstairs.
gonna scan.
Where's the big boy?
Gonna scan.
Coming left side. Left side.
I'm
I
scanning.
can
I'm
kill
scanning.
him, I can kill him, I just need to see him.
Ow! This guy's shooting at me.
He's dead.
Crawler
Good
here.
job.
We need to do the scan downstairs, so let's get that.
I've been getting 3 fucking scans.
So let's
I'm
get
not
that.
getting down though.
So let's get that.
You got it, Celeste.
We did it.
Oh shit.
There's still a lot of them.
Ah! Reload, bitch!
Reloading.
Don't close your eyes on me! I'm coming! Keep
I
your
don't-
eyes open! Keep
I don't-
your eyes open!
I'm out of bullets.
No! Keep your eyes open,
Time
I've
to
got
wake
you!
up, Celeste. Time to wake up. Wake up,
I'm
Samurai.
back. I heard feed pics was on the horizon.
They're about to be released!
It was not my time yet.
Where was the ID?
There are a lot through
There's
this
an
door right
enemy
here.
outside the door.
Yeah, there's a lot through this door.
Alright, open it.
Okay.
Alright.
Lights off.
Lights off, lights off.
Jan Joe. Lights off.
No.
Right there. There's one right next to him. To the left.
He's pretty far. We can kill this guy by himself.
Hold on.
He's throwing it back.
Give him some ones, give him some ones.
I'm hacking. Hacked.
Celeste, I'm surrounded.
Nice.
Oh, ulti. Why did that one aggro? I have no clue.
Because they were...
Oh!
Get ready to shoot! Get ready to shoot!
Do not spend too much ammo.
I'll tell you, Vic, look out behind you.
Oh no!
Go, go, go!
I'm scanning, I'm scanning.
Stop.
Oh, well, here comes one guy.
The crotch goblin!
Yuki, you good?
No, the crotch lady got me.
The
Hang on, I
crouch
gotta reload.
lady.
It's okay, I got you.
Oh, that crouch lady.
Relax, mate. It's
Well, aggroed, what happened?
I don't know what happened.
Nothing.
It was
Nothing
Celeste, got it.
happened.
Celeste, do you want to
No,
explain
it
yourself?
was not me, bro. I killed the guy. Ulti. Your big footsteps triggered the other
No,
one.
you
Just
alerted
saying.
me. Right
No,
next to
if you melee, you can turn on the other guys.
Bro,
We got
turn it
coordinates.
You
on.
turned them on.
We got
We're turning
coordinates.
them
Hang
on?
on, hang on.
Oh.
You turned them on, that's why they attacked us.
There's two through here, and there's a lot up bad. All the north through south.
We have
So-
no bullets, Salty, you have 0 ammo. And Yuki and me.
I only have
I
10
like your
bullets
pike.
left.
You guys have been shooting. Thank you.
I like your pike.
It's my only weapon left.
Oh, nice. Hey, don't you pike me.
Oh, I'm testing it out.
That's not pike. No, no.
Oh.
There's a door here, guys. Let's go here.
We need ammo.
Yeah,
Okay.
boom.
I
I'll
spent
just
the
foam you.
enemies. Ulti
I
scan.
got a mine deployer.
I'm
I'll
scanning.
mine ya.
There's nothing. Yeah,
We already cleared this out. This is the same room.
No, there's lockers here.
No, this is the same room because I opened the door up there, so they
I-
also got
ID
aggroed.
card.
I was about to say don't grab it yet so I can know how to scan it.
Got it.
There's a key orange 596.
That's an objective item.
I got personal ID. You go,
Oh, you got person ID?
Sabrina.
That's what we're looking for. Nice.
Oh, we need 11
Okay,
of
through
them.
this door right here, there's
I collected
enemies.
2 feet pics, guys.
Oh, I see.
Venny,
Good morning, Venny. How you doing? All right, I figured out how to use the computer. Alti, get over here. Computer time. Computer time.
I got another ID card.
All right, Alti. Type in query.
Okay. You get that?
Space
You get that.
PID for personal ID.
PID?
Yep, personal ID. Yep. Okay,
I
type
don't stand
in
for PID.
query.
Yes.
Space personnel underscore ID
Personnel with an E or A?
with a E. Thank you for the hydrate, Weiser.
Oh,
And
she's
How you doing,
Thanks
Benny?
for the follow.
Personnel
How you
what?
doing? How you been?
Underscore ID. How'd you
Okay,
sleep,
so
Benny?
Jen needs some healing.
Okay, there's nothing there.
What?
Yuki, where you at?
Spell
Okay,
personnel.
list ID.
Doing damage. I mean, adventures.
List
The
list
search
space
for feet
ID
pics,
space
Yep, I'm looking
Zone
for the pigs, them little piggies.
43. Zone underscore 43.
Is there a space between 43 or
Underscore
no?
43.
I got a healing thing.
Bam. Look at that.
Okay, hold on. Wait.
There we go.
Thank you very
Nothing.
much.
Okay, type in the next zone, 44. Oh, nice. What breakfast are you having, Benny?
44, 45.
You can just press up on your arrow key, Alti, so you'll get the last thing you
I
have.
already typed it out. Oh wait.
Wait,
There's
now
three
you can
over
do
44.
45. So press up and then backspace. 45. So now we know there's 3 ID over there.
Another security scan sequence, class 3.
Oh, look at
There's
that. We
three
figured it
and
out.
45. Wait.
I didn't hear a word Celeste said.
And how many do we have?
We have 3, so we need 3 more. We need to find 3 more after that one. So 40,
Okay, let me look up
46.
zone.
We need to find
46.
12 cards, though.
No, we're saying we've found 3 in the query. And we know where the zones are.
Okay.
Oh, none in
There's
46.
nothing in 46.
Okay, maybe 47. Or wait, try 39.
Try 69.
Yeah, because there's a swearer on 38. And,
I'm
bro,
trying 69 first. Hold on.
doesn't look like it's we're in range. 3 over there.
Okay. So
Perfect.
the zones we have to get to are 44, 45, and 39.
Do you want to do
Hell
40?
yeah.
Did you do zone 40?
Oh.
Because I think those are closer than 43 and 44. Okay.
Wait, there's 2 in 40.
Okay, let's do zone 39. And what the hell? Who's filming? Who's filming?
I sorry, I splooged.
I heard that.
Excited.
It's all over the ground over there.
I'm sorry. It's a little yellow.
It's a little yellow. I think you should go see a doctor.
do you
I thought
wanna-
it was supposed to be red.
Do you want to query for ammo, Alti?
Yup.
Do I want to what?
Query for ammo?
Query.
Ammo.
Oh, I got off
So
of
the
it.
same thing you did, except ID, you're going to use ammo pack.
Jan, you have ammo. Ulti, you have ammo. Let's go onwards. Come on.
Celeste, I have 70 bullets.
I gave you some. What do you mean? I gave you some ammo.
Oh, I found an artifact just
Oh,
randomly.
there you go. Nice.
Nice.
Do you want me to do like a specific zone, Janjo?
That would be better, because then we'd know where to go.
I just
List.
think we open doors and we hope for the best. That's it.
Yeah, we almost died because of that.
Open all the doors.
No.
Go all the way across the map, Celeste. Go to zone over there. Look at the map. Go over there.
I'm with
There's
Celeste.
a door
Let's do
right
that.
there.
Yeah, go over there. Well, what door is
There's
that?
There's a
Don't
door.
worry.
Okay, I am about to press E on this door, guys.
What is it? It's
You
a
have
class
to
3
press
alarm.
me 'cause
McDonald's Happy
I
Meal?
will.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Alright, I'm killing everybody.
Get your ass in here.
So I'm
everybody.
setting up. Sorry, 1 second. Hold on.
Get your ass
You
in
gotta
here.
wait.
I'm scanning.
Just
There we
slow
go.
him down a little bit, maybe.
Yep.
Why is there a mine right there?
Don't worry about it. I was setting up. Who's not in the zone?
D B is not in the zone. Everybody's in the zone.
Now we're in the zone.
Yeah! Chibi, thank you
Welcome in, waiters.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Hello.
Still scanning. I'm still scanning.
Oh shit, security scan,
Stop the
guys!
alarm.
Security
Stop the
scan.
alarm.
Okay, watch, 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 watch.
Guys, go to scan. Go get scanned.
I got you. I got you.
You!
Wait, my turret's
My brain went boom.
everywhere. Ow.
I'm gonna lose it.
Oh, I'm down.
The explosion. Jen.
No.
I don't understand. I'm going
died.
to lose it.
What did you think would happen?
I didn't think they were gonna go that way.
Yeah, no.
But welcome in, Raiders.
I got achievement.
Yeah,
Nice.
welcome in,
We died.
Hiya.
What
died?
achievement did you
Welcome in,
to
Haven't
to
played
die
this song
achievement?
too yet. How's the game in? Well, Jan's throwing.
I'm not throwing. We died.
Jan's throwing.
What
Untrue.
happened to VTube? Did VTube Studio crash again? I'm sorry.
Yes.
What happened? We're all
Oh, yeah,
alone.
thank you so much for the read. If y'all don't know me, I'm Slice Bucket. You look also Kako VTuber. Let me see real quick. Right here.
Well, hopefully no one crashes, so we don't have to reset the game.
I don't know if I'm crashing it or if or like, I
Maybe
don't know.
just the game while VTube is up. Because I felt like I almost crashed as well whenever we're dropping. Let me close all these tabs. Oh, oops.
Okay, it's back up.
Now we gotta wait for everybody to load in.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix something because my stream went down. It crashed.
Yes. Is this game resource intensive?
Yes. Yeah, it's the reason I can't stream on Twitch right now is because the bitrate.
Oh, whoops. There we go. Hey, why is... Oh, I have Overwolf on. I mean, this game's only taking 3,000 megabytes. There's ulti. There's motion blur if you guys want to turn that off. I didn't realize.
Oh yeah, that needs to go up.
And VSync if you guys want to turn that off too, because that. It's making me
Where is this
crunch.
located?
In settings, display. Turn so much to the
I may have to relaunch my game just because it might crash out on me. Because last time I did setting changes, it crashed out on me again.
Okay.
No worries.
No worries.
Wait, that is a worry actually. It's a you have to invite her.
Talk to me.
I also turned down the frame rate.
I'm back. Oh, hi, Panda. Hello. I was saying hello to the Raiders. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Maybe she can join. Where's my
Hello.
Discord?
Yuki, I
What?
also turned down the frame rate. I don't know if that would help you as well.
My Discord is gone. Hello? Can y'all hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, I'm closing Discord. I was trying to send the code through our Discord, but it wouldn't open. Yuki, see if you can join through that code that I sent in game.
Testing, testing. Does this work?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I swapped it to V now.
Nice. I don't remember if V does anything.
I don't think it does anything, though.
Yeah, melee C. Lesser Celeste should did change it to V. Yeah, there's a lobby ID. I sent it in the group chat. Because I think you're showing up as VTube Studio again.
I am, aren't I? Darn it!
No, that's why I sent the lobby code in the group chat.
Do I need to close and then reopen?
No, I sent the lobby code in the group chat, LT.
Okay, okay, thank you.
I don't know how to join it. I'll try it right now, actually.
Oh, Ulti, you got a big question asking your chat.
Yes, I am answering the question right now.
Oh, nice. Hello. Hello? Can y'all hear me? Hello? Damn it. Bruh. There we go. Hmm. No, no. You just have to copy the code, and then in the screenshot, it'll show you that join Ultima from the board will show up underneath the net linking. Oh, perfect. Alright. Is everybody ready? Hello?
Hello?
Honestly, I couldn't tell if it was from Discord or not. I think that's in the game, yeah?
Yeah, I have a Discord muted.
Okay. I'm ready. Celeste, you ready? She's gone. Alright. Let's drop. Okay, I'm gonna skip this. Oh, we still drop anyway. Funny how this drop is the most intensive thing in the game. And then in the game, it takes like half of the game to bring away. Who's in front of me? Who's getting flashed?
Ooh, yippee! I'm ready. Let's go.
Oh, artifact right away.
Hello? I hear clicking.
Hello.
I'm checking around for artifacts. Wait, I turned down the game a lot and it's running a lot smoothly. I mean, everything looks like low quality
Wait, so y'all were
Gmail.
lagging?
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty bad.
like during the
I ain't
drop.
lagging. I got.
I mean, it was only
the
during
brain.
the drop. Oh. Is Alti's not talking?
I'm hearing Ulti. What do you mean?
Wait, you
I
can hear him
hear
speak?
Ulti.
Yeah.
What?
What?
I can't hear him.
Ulti, where
He's
are you?
he's speaking right now.
Chan,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
I can hear Celeste.
Did you mute Ulti? If you press
You-
tab, you can individually. You
Wait,
can lower people's sounds.
he's
No,
max
he's at
volume.
100% for me.
Nursing homework on stream.
Thank you for the
could study
follow.
with chat.
It's cheese to meet you. I cannot hear ulti. I'm gonna reset the game. Or I'm gonna leave him and come back.
You're gonna have to talk for me, Celeste.
No, I'll just come back. It takes like 2 seconds. There we go. Copy clipboard. Join the rundown.
There's also some to the left over here. There's a lot more
Hello?
to the
Can y'all
right.
hear me?
Janjo!
Yes.
I'm back. I can hear you.
Wait,
Nice.
Ulti,
Hey, we are
you
back.
talking in game or are you talking in Discord?
I'm
How you
talking
doing,
in-game.
Spider-Man?
Oh, I
Oh,
couldn't
hi,
hear you earlier.
Marissa.
You couldn't or
Mauricio,
can?
Hello, welcome in.
We are trying to play.
Nice. Okay, to your left, Celeste. To your left.
Charlie. Hi.
Oh, there's one on the higher ground. Maybe that's the one you're seeing.
There's a lot more on the higher ground. A lot
yeah.
more.
All right, guys. I'm dropping.
There's a. I'm gonna count.
How do we-
Drop
1, 2,
in.
3,
Do
4,
it.
5, 6,
Do it.
7.
How do we say your name?
There's
I-
10.
I
there's
just see
10 of them.
Spider-Man.
We got this. One at a time. Just we take
Yeah,
it
just
slow.
one at a time.
Oh, there's two of them right ahead. We might have to kill them at once, though.
Okay, I'll do it with you.
Oh, I fell down the ladder. I didn't know there was a ladder.
Hold on,
Yep, there's
Celeste.
one right to
I
my
gotta
left.
swap to my melee. Where are they? I don't see
Is,
them. Okay.
Wait.
Hold on.
is your name Maury?
Crawling on one.
wait,
I'm
wait.
crawling on one right now.
I'm charging up right now.
Wait, what?
Okay, me too. He's still glowing.
Did it.
Okay, we're good. Nothing's awake.
Do you play this game?
We're good. Hi, Mauricio.
It's Mauricio,
Do you
nice
play
to meet you.
Spider-Man and
Right there, right there.
Rivals?
Oh, nice.
Oh.
I haven't played much of the Spider-Man
Good
games,
job, Yuki. Good job.
but I know they're good.
You proud of me, Dad?
He's
You
alone.
I mean,
Celeste, he's
Master.
alone, so you can get him.
You not proud
Hey,
of
yo.
me?
Am I proud of you? That's crazy. That's a crazy statement.
What?
I'm
you,
still
you,
going.
What do you
that's
name?
Not praising?
In
Like
Rivals.
what? That's it. No, like a girl or anything? That's
Hey,
crazy.
yo. Look,
Um,
I have a redeem. If you want that, they're all awake. They're all awake.
How? Why?
Oh, we're shooting? Just Celeste.
I'm running.
Ah,
running,
he was
I'm
trying
running
to use
back,
his
I'm
tongue.
running
Ah,
back.
he touched me with his tongue.
Oh, he touched me. How the hell
Oh,
did
no,
that get him?
I broke my knee. Ah, don't shoot me.
I killed the big lady.
Okay. Keep going. Yes. I'm
I'm-
gonna rescan. I'm gonna rescan.
I'm punching this guy. Any
Who
more?
the heck is whacking me? There's somebody on the ground. Ow! Ow! Fuck bastard!
He's tonguing. He did.
No, rat bastard.
Ah, what the
I got 38%. I'm so cooked.
How did you
We
take
don't
so
see
much
anything,
damage?
Charlie.
Yeah, that's
Good job,
part
good
of the
job, good job.
game. We
So proud.
can't
Okay,
see
that went a
anything.
lot smoother than last time. That went a lot
No,
smoother
it
than last
didn't.
We
time.
have less health than last time.
Hey,
So
but I'm
let's-
not lagging this
Alti, you're
time.
the one who didn't get hit.
It's alright.
Alti with 100% health. That wasn't too bad,
I got
guys.
95% Janjo.
Yeah, but Celeste is at 40.
I'm at
I got a
59.
health pack.
10
I'm
more.
about to heal
I'll be
myself.
at 69.
Yeah, I'm trying to find.
There we go. Oh, I used it all? Oh, there's only one in there? That's crazy.
Damn, Celeste used all the health
You got
pack.
scammed. So, ping? Let's see.
Wait, what?
Loot? No, what's it? Help? Commands. Commands?
Hey, did somebody lose their
Where-
Elgato down here?
Wait, that's where the sound comes from? I didn't know that.
There's an
Somebody lose
Elgato
their
down here.
Elgato
Did
down
Oh,
somebody
shoot.
lose their yeah, it's over here.
Yeah, let me get that back.
List?
There you go.
Query ID? No?
No, personnel underscore ID. Wait, where are you? Oh, you're upstairs. I was trying to help. Because I can see your screen.
There's a lot in that room.
You find it?
ID. Query personnel ID? Nope.
Personnel underscore ID. Here. Wait, you did it right. What? Why is it not working?
Is the door right here? No.
Oh, wait, no. List? Yeah, dude.
Not query.
No, it should be that too.
Use
Zone
the query.
underscore.
Okay, so no, do
Wait, what
key
zone are
purple.
we in?
Do key purple 560. key
Yeah, key
underscore purple
I
underscore
found help. Oh, wait,
560.
found ammo. I have ammo.
Purple
found ammo.
underscore what
Oh, nice.
key?
Good job, Yuki.
What?
560. So key purple 560. So query key purple 560.
Okay. Key underscore purple.
Key underscore purple underscore 560.
560. That's a plus. Why is there a plus there? Why is there a smiley face? What? 560.
That was me. Sorry.
Zone
I was so happy.
43.
There we go.
43. Ping out of range.
Too happy.
Wait, how did we do the wait, what zone are we in right now? Press tab.
I think
We're
we're in zone
in
39,
what is
I
that?
think.
39.
38? 38,
38.
39?
Yeah, we're in 38.
Under
Okay.
purple now, guys. That's great.
How do we
Through the door
query?
solo. We did that last time. It didn't work
Wait,
out
list
that well.
PID. $40. 41. 43.
Ooh, guys, there's a door
Oh, what'd you do?
here.
Yeah, but there's a lot of enemies through there. There's like a whole ton.
Okay, Ulti, how did we scan the IDs? I forgot.
There's like there's oh my gosh, there's so many in here.
I wonder if you feel like placing sponsors. I don't know,
Janjo, why are you placing these mines like this?
because they're
Daniel
coming
killed us
from
with those
they're
stupid
coming from
mines
that
last
direction.
time. You
I
killed
didn't
us
know
with
it
those
did
stupid mines
team
last time.
damage.
What do you think? The fucking storage did team damage.
How was I supposed to? I was just protecting us.
No, you were not. You killed us.
Well, last time you were getting down because there was a guy behind you that no one saw. Oh, I'm stabbing you.
You killed us. You blew
Get
us all
stabbed.
up.
Get stabbed.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. I alt tabbed. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, it's okay,
Oh,
it's
it's
okay.
good. I watched the
I
YouTube.
see what you put in there.
Yeah, I love-
chats. Thank you.
Yeah,
I love watching the edits.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
I
it's,
had.
yeah. All right, are we good?
Are we all here?
All right, I'm starting it. Here we go.
Inside the circle.
In the circle.
Yuki.
Yuki's D.
Why do you keep saying D?
That is the sound
got
of
D.
death
Because
coming.
our
Yeah,
team
scanning.
members, there's A, B, C, D at the top, and we're missing D. So I was at D. D's Yuki.
It says that.
D for
Here they come, here they come.
daisies.
Scan. I wish I can just throw my mine down there. It's okay, they're not gonna get you. Yeah, foam them, foam them. Ow, how am I getting hit? Alright, wait for all my mines to explode, then we'll go down.
Security scan, though.
But Yuki, you're getting sharp from them. So they're coming. Watch out for the mine.
Scanning.
Alright, I think we're...
I'm fine.
Okay, well, I'm gonna grab this
Fine.
mine next to you.
I gotta reload.
Die!
Okay, I'm not going
there's
down.
a-
I did two things. I'm hiding now, bitch.
No, you gotta go down there. You have the least health.
You go down
I'm
there.
going.
You have the least health. You have to go down.
You get it. Oh my gosh. Ow. Big guy.
Instant replay is off. Why was that on
Ready,
the whole
other
time?
one. I'm going to the other one. I'm ready.
I'm jumping.
We got it.
Jesus, you scared me. I almost shot you in the head. Oh.
I said I was jumping.
Yeah, but it was so much
Ow.
going on. I almost.
Where'd the enemy at? No, you're not at ammo.
You're
Scanning,
knocking,
scanning.
but you can't come in.
Oh, there's still a lot.
There's a lot more enemies.
Is there a big guy?
guys.
There was a big guy, but I don't see another big
Yeah, we're
guy.
good.
Yeah, if there's a big guy, let me know so I can actually
Yeah,
be
you
useful
took care of him.
with my sniper. How did that hit me? He guided that
Right here,
missile.
right next to us.
Oh.
Behind us.
Rat bastard, I hate you.
There's a guy hiding around that corner. I got him.
Oh,
Shot
get
coming!
out. Ow.
There you go.
But I was trying to Rambo him. I was gonna come from behind.
That was pretty good.
Hi, Annie. Hello.
Hello, Annie.
We can open the door now, guys.
Is it safe?
Nope.
Then why'd you open it?
Lights off.
Lights on?
No. Off.
Oh. You woke him up. You woke him up.
I laggy. No, nothing woke up.
If you're
Sure, I'm
charging,
gonna
you
go.
can hold right click. Wait, why did all of them wake up? What?
Shoot him.
Don't shoot them. You're gonna wake up the rest of them.
I'm coming.
Never mind. Shoot them. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Celeste is getting a phone call. Is she down?
He's doing the narco run.
Oh, Celeste is down. Wait, don't use all your foam.
Oh, good night. Goodbye, Colo.
Don't
Good night.
don't res me yet,
yeah, watch out,
guys.
watch out.
I gotta go drop something outside for 1 second.
Well, we're all about to die.
Oh well, if we all die, great.
I'm gonna scan.
I'll be
again.
No,
right
I just used my booster. I want to keep losing it. I am out of bullets, Salty. You can kill the rest of them.
Ginger, I'm almost dead. They're spitting on me.
Dodge, Salty!
Dodge, dodge, dodge.
Alright, like, come here, come here. Are they getting closer, or are they just chilling back there? Aha, you got too close.
Ginger, you got this.
Come here. This one keeps backing up.
You got it, Ginger. You got it. Nice. I'm scanning. Or
They're
are they
shooting.
all dead? Yeah, they're
Yeah.
all good. Okay.
Wow. Wow, I'm alive. Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna start looking for some help over here.
We got a lot farther than we did last time.
Yeah.
No, this is where we died.
No, wait, yeah, we died down there.
Yeah, no, this is where you decided to blow us up, Ginger.
I didn't decide to. The enemies got close to us.
I found a med pack. I got ammo pack too.
Everybody needs one of each.
Yeah, so I just swapped out here. I'm gonna put the ammo. I'm gonna. Yahoo!
How's progress? Progress. We got through one corridor. That's about it, and 3 of us went down. Hey, but we got ammo and stuff back.
We're doing so good, yeah. I gave Uti ammo. Oh, the med pack has 3 uses though.
That's fine. Where's the ammo? Where's the ammo?
I gave it. Oh, I mean, I used it on him.
There was only one use for ammo.
Yeah, there was only 1 use for the ammo.
I can't believe this. Now we can leave Celeste back there.
What? Should I heal her?
No. Save that heal until she comes back. Guess we're gonna go fight these guys. How many enemies, Alti? Alti? Is he talking?
No, I don't hear him.
Sorry, I'm hitting something else. Sorry, yes. Thank you for that. I've been talking, yes. I'm still on alt, yes. I'm using a controller this time. I'm using a controller this time.
Oh. Trying
Yes.
to one up your skills, eh?
Yes. Hold on. I'll do this with you.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Why'd you keep flashing him? You only need to flash him once. Alti's trying to kill me.
Oh, there's another one. Not
Oh,
today,
how
Crouch
many-
Demon.
I'm
There's-
sorry, Jaja.
Is
I'll
it
go
that
back
one
to
guy
keyboard
left?
and mouse.
He's like he flashes, but it flashed him
Beat
like
him
3
up,
times.
Yeah.
Slap that booty.
Slap that.
Oh,
bitch.
yeah.
Oh wait,
Sorry.
personal IDs. We got 2 right here.
Oh, nice.
How did we query
There's a lot of
the
stuff in
Very
here.
nice, very
the
nice.
IDs?
Oh, I found one. I found a purple key card.
Nice.
Nice. What else is in there?
Oh, here's the thing that we scanned.
Yes, this is where we
Uh,
died last time.
Query underscore personnel ID. Did I spell it wrong?
Oh,
IDs.
another ammo pack over here. It has 2 uses.
I need one.
Yeah.
I have
Jandra
0
needs it.
bullets.
I don't know how Celeste is doing with ammo.
If you press tab, you can see everybody's ammo. Wait, what's owner mean?
Okay.
Okay, that doesn't help me. List 7. Where is he? List zone 42. What zone are we about to go into?
We are about to go into 44.
44. List ID zone 44. Oh, it's ID. Okay. Query ID. That didn't work. So it's list. So there's 3 IDs in the next zone.
Okay, there's a lot of stuff in here. There's 1, 2, 3,
Like enemies?
4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, there's 7 enemies in here. And this is gonna do the alarm.
Yeah, so we have to wait for Celeste.
Oh, I found another tool resource fill pack.
Oh, nice.
Sorry, I grabbed
Do
it.
we-
Who needs their shit refilled?
Wait, how many doors are there? Can you foam this door?
This door.
You have foam?
I do not have foam.
No, you can.
I have foam.
Oh, you need to refill then. You're out.
Okay. Luckily, I found the refill thingy.
Oh, do we need to wait for Celeste because this is 4-man.
Yeah, we gotta wait for Celeste.
Well, there's 3 IDs through that door.
This door.
Let's check 39. Oh, there's 3 IDs on that one too, back there. Well, I was gonna say we can foam this door up here, but then we block Celeste out, so we'll wait to foam this one.
I'll wait for her to yeah, well, I'll go
Yep.
back up there.
And then I'll put my mine here, so after you foam.
We're
Can-
gonna create
can I
a wall
carry her?
of protection.
Okay, I can't hear it. Never mind.
Yes, we are.
Heck yeah!
Can you query zone 42, Alti?
Zone 42.
Yeah,
Bold. Oh, Celeste is bold. I could pet her head.
40 and 42.
Yes.
I could use like a
What do you want me to do?
polish, like a buffer. on it.
List the IDs.
Oh, the IDs? Okay.
Yeah, up here. So that's 39 over there, and that's 42. So it should be list ID zone 39. Zone has an underscore, and the rest have a space.
I found a pack. Oh wait, never mind. I thought it was a pack
Yep.
of smoke. It's just a recorder.
Zone
It's a Game Boy.
40, 39. Is that 39 or what number's that?
Yeah, 39 is empty.
Okay.
I'm back.
So
Y'all
no IDs.
survived?
Welcome back.
Yeah.
I was about
Welcome back.
I was about to polish your head because apparently you're bald.
I am bald.
Then 40.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not the best for
Oi.
this because my my voice to talk, push to talk is a V. So I just make a lot of V's when I talk.
Alti, you put list D. Put DI.
Huh?
You put list DI, not IT.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
It's okay.
Backwards. Ooh,
I
spaghetti sauce.
should warn you, my keyboard is not the best.
No worries. I'll do this. Okay, so there's 3 IDs there. We're gonna head over there now. Not 39, but where we were planning
Who's
to go.
barking? Who's that?
That's Lego and Ellie. Hi,
I heard Pepper.
Amia. Hi, my little kitten.
Do you still have the health for Celeste?
No, I ended up using it because I was also at 20.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, that's
Alright.
right.
That's okay.
Alright, I'm gonna put mine's out here. Are you ready? We're gonna foam
Alright.
this door.
Yeah, we're gonna do this.
Celeste?
On my way.
Oh, we have to hack that to close it.
I'm hacker man.
I got it.
Whatever you do, don't go near these 2 doors. Oh, there's
So
a
which
gem
one are
right
we-
here. We're gonna go through that door, Celeste. How do I? There we go.
Beep boop boop. Scanning. 4.
Okay.
Enemies.
It is locked down.
All right.
All right, are we good?
When we're ready.
Is everybody here? All right.
Everybody here?
Sound the alarm.
Yeah.
All right, start spamming the crouch button.
Bioscan. Here they come.
I don't know which door they're coming from, but we'll hear them busting through. I want to get the ones further away before, yeah, before they come in. All right, they're coming
Oh,
that way.
we found the right door.
There should be like one more scan. Yeah, back here. All right, last scan I think maybe.
Yep, I'm doing it right now.
All right, first group down. I think that's only gonna kill 2 of them, or 1 of them. All right, I'm backing up. Scan complete. I'm sitting in the back.
Door unlocked.
Is there any more in the scan or no?
Cry. My turret will do the job for me.
All right, we did it.
Yippee! Woohoo!
Yay! Why was it so
Yippee!
intense last time?
Because
so
we
proud of
didn't
us.
set
Oh my
up.
God.
We
Don't
didn't
open
set
the
up.
door yet, don't open
That's
the door.
why.
There's a lot of enemies. Turn off flashlights. To your left,
How many?
Celeste, to your left.
There's 2 to the left.
Yep. I'll get them with you.
What happened?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That was not me!
What did y'all do?
Alti walked. I told
What?
you his big
Oh, I got slapped. Oh, he
Oh,
touched me.
I'm shooting. I'm shooting. I'm shooting. They're all like long range, and I have no health. I'm reviving.
Oh,
I'm
thank you.
getting hit.
Much appreciate.
This is fine. I'm about to go down. I'm gonna hide. This is harder than the alarm, apparently. Are we good? No more?
Ooh,
Alright, we're good. We're good. We're good.
All right.
Nice, nice, nice.
Oh,
So
ammo.
proud of everyone.
No, I'm a
Um,
baby on keyboard. You'll have to forgive me.
Can I have that? Celeste?
I got some glow sticks.
Did you use it?
There are stuff.
I
there's
used
stuff
one
in
on
there.
you.
You used it all on your
Did I
stuff.
use
You have
one on you?
100%, Celeste.
What? I was looking at you and I held E.
Me and
Anyway,
Yuki have
no,
0.
I don't want you to use that on you with mine. Oh, you
Hey,
guys
we
on
cleared
this
up the wave
one.
last time. Yeah, because you didn't give me
Yeah,
time to
but
set up.
what
You just
game
started the
before?
alarm.
Yeah, what happened the game before?
I'm not
You
judging
blew
you, I
us all
promise.
up.
Yeah, because you
I'm
didn't give me
judging
time to
We're
set
not
up.
like
You,
that.
I'm judging
We're not
you.
like
You
that.
just started it. You just wanted to kill us.
I'm at 47. I think I'm okay for
I
it.
have, me and Celeste have 5%. Actually, ulti 2. How many ammo pack is that?
I think it's 2. Yeah, it's 2. So.
Alright, you and Celeste use it. I'll just
Here.
not shoot them.
And nah, come here, Chenjo. Come here.
No, I won't shoot. I have a sniper.
Nah, come here. Come here.
Nope, I'm running away. I'm
Run!
ready.
Run as fast as you can.
I'm
oh my
ready.
goodness.
I'm ready. I'm just
Let
here
go.
for the money.
How long are we planning on going for, by the way?
I mean, we could do this last mission if you
I don't
want.
know.
I mean, I'm down to go for a while. It's Friday.
Enemies?
Yeah, it is
enemies
Friday.
after?
What? Oh, yeah.
Enemies after this
Ulti.
door?
You have
Yes,
the tracker.
There's a lot. There's a lot of enemies through this
How many?
door. Turn
Perfect.
off lights. There's a lot.
One closer right to
To your
us.
right, Celeste.
One-
David, to your
120.
right. Right here around this corner to the left.
Yeah, I see that one. Alright, they're like synced.
Hold on. He's twerking. I got him.
Alright, get that one, Celeste.
Ready, Jan?
Yeah. Oh yeah, but by the way,
Upstairs
if
to
you
the left.
if you
Upstairs to the
hold
left.
your melee, if your circle like gets smaller, that means you're in range to attack the enemy. So
Oh,
Okay.
I did not know that.
yeah, so you don't have to like swing and whiff.
She was doing headshots with a big circle.
Oh, Celeste, there's enemies like
Celeste, hang
underground.
on. Stop moving. One can hear you. Okay.
Are we good? What happened? Celeste, don't move, don't move.
Got him. Got him.
I'm trying to get to the guy
Yummy.
underground. Okay, you can move. There's one guy underground. How do I get down there? I'm going
There's a
downstairs.
lot of sleepers. A lot of them.
Thank God he was out of range for that.
There's one right by you, Celeste.
Nice. There's a lot more. There's a lot more still. I'm counting 6.
This guy's twerking.
Nice. Okay, there's
Like
actually
there's like 4 over here on this side where
there's
I'm at.
6 more. 6 more. 6 more. Celeste, there's one really close to you. I think he's actually. Is he above? No, he's not above. He might be through this door. One's away.
Celeste, the guy was
Celeste, finish him.
Just kill him.
yeah. If,
Nice.
There. Sleepers. Let them sleep.
This is the last one.
yeah.
We rush him.
I was about to say don't kill if they're like nearby
Oh, yeah.
and they're twerking.
ID card. ID card.
Good job.
We missed a few.
There are
Luggages?
a few.
Yeah.
I think they might be below us. No, they're not. They're just in a different room.
Oh, I'm healing over here. Going south. We all do. Says LT. Come here.
Lock
What?
melter. Lock melter.
Where are you, Celeste?
Sancho?
What?
What did you say?
Yeah, another lock.
I was healing.
Thank
I
you.
healed everybody.
Oh, thank you.
I got some lock melters.
Yeah, there's a lock melter here and the glow sticks.
Legolas.
Wait, glow sticks where?
Legolas. Legolas. He's bullying his sister.
Get pranked.
He's a bully.
Okay, we're halfway there. We're halfway there.
We're
Yep.
halfway there.
Anything upstairs?
No.
There's a luggage here. I'll take 2. What glow sticks? Glow sticks
Yeah,
is
those are
really
the ones
good.
I dropped.
Oh, this one has an alarm.
Oh, there's an enemy up here, Alti.
Alrighty, Dust.
Oh.
Thanks for the follow. Have a
There's
good
an enemy
night.
right here.
Where?
Up here where I'm at. He's just chilling here and I killed him.
Well, let him chill.
So we
Well,
don't
not
have to
anymore.
fight them.
We enjoy watching and keep notified of the streams. Have a good night. Yes,
Nice.
have a good night. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out.
Have a good night.
Bye bye. Have a good weekend if we don't see you.
Bye, Dust.
Wait. Is that the way to go, guys?
No, the way to go
What?
is over here.
What's this door?
It's the door at
44?
the end in
It's,
front of
that
you.
door has an alarm, so we gotta prep.
Oh. How much alarm? Wait, do we even have to go hit Booter? Can you
It
query
is
the 45?
45.
Like, we don't have to
check,
go
we
here if
gotta go
there's
into
like no
45.
IDs. Let's go back to the terminal. Over there.
We gotta go all
I
the way
think we
back.
have to go there.
Well, we'll see. Like, if we go there and there's no IDs, then we just wasted our ammo and health.
Well,
That was
maybe there's
45,
more
right?
Resources in there.
I mean, yeah, that's why I'm gonna list it so I can see. Wait, zone 45. There's a lot. There's a lot of doors and 1 ammo, 1 medic, 1 tool refill, but no IDs. So
Welcome to the Winchester house.
the
No
Winchester.
IDs? Okay.
Yeah, the Winchester house.
Ooh. Very...
It's a house that has a lot of fake doors and rooms and stuff like that because the person who created it created the Winchester gun, and they were afraid that the ghosts of the people who were killed by the gun were going to come back for them, and so the theory was to put doors to nowhere so the ghost got lost.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
There's no IDs over there, guys. Let's go backwards.
Boring.
Reverse it, reverse it. We're reversing and traversing.
Legolas, get down.
Legolas.
He's pawing at the door, scratching my door.
Yeah, scratch
Mother-
that door.
Mother, I require your
Mother, let
attention.
me free. Mother, why am I locked up in this room with you?
What to say? It's just like
Mother,
5
Mother,
over
you
there.
forsake me, mother.
How dare you restrain me to these mortal bounds?
Does this one have an alarm? No, it's just a scan. Alright, get over here.
There's stuff in there.
My leg.
Yeah, I heard
My
Keen
legs.
break,
One-
break
there's
their leg.
one
You have to go back down.
I almost jumped.
So there's one tentacle man in there.
Oh.
How many more enemies?
Ooh, we love those.
There's
Yeah, his
two
name
whites.
is Cthulhu.
Alright, if I see him, I'm just gonna shoot him with my sniper. Well,
Hold
depending
I
on how...
can't see what else is in there.
Well, if I'm far enough, I'll only attract the 2 white, and then the rest should be AFK.
I'm gonna open.
Yep, open. Why is it not tentacling? What?
Wait,
It's flying up.
come
What the
here,
hell?
right over here. Yeah, it's on some stairs.
It climbed up the ladder, I guess.
To the left, to the left. There's some whites.
I can't
Where
see
the red
it.
dot is, there's some whites as well.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna shoot.
Gina, welcome in.
But if we attract that, then we're gonna start a wave.
Oh, he's coming down. Oh, wait, never mind.
Yeah, let's kill some of the
Yeah,
whites
he's
first
Playing a
before I
pattern,
shoot
playing a
that.
pattern.
So many barnacles. Oh, tentacles.
Yeah, don't touch that. Don't touch that.
Far away
Back
from
up.
the feeders. If the scout
No, no, no.
detects us,
Don't,
it
don't
will
stop
get
walking.
amongst us, not just in this room.
Okay.
It will get
The
busy.
red rockets are everywhere.
Careful,
I
Alti.
hate it.
I need somebody to help me with the other one.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
they're
I'm
far
ready.
enough away.
I'm
You
ready.
just... Tentacle? Tentacle? You guys got touched.
Get ready, get ready.
Yeah, just set up.
Get touched inappropriately.
He touched you. You were the closest one to it.
No, he did not touch me inappropriately. I was hiding behind some boxes.
And he touched you through the boxes. Are they coming behind us, or...
No, we're good. We're good.
Well, where are they coming
that
from?
was-
All
yeah,
in
they're
front. Okay. I have no bullets for this, so I'll... If you see a big guy, don't shoot him. I'll take care of him.
I'm out of
Ah,
ammo.
no, the enemy
I'm-
is hell. No, it's all good. We gamers here.
Oh my god, your turret.
What about my turret, Jam?
It kept shooting the big guy, so it kept, like, doing the Overwatch flashbang on his head.
Accidentally fell down.
I'm a sniper. sorry.
That was it. We did it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
we
just
did it.
it's just a short wave. It just wastes our ammo.
Nice. Okay. I am out of ammo.
Yeah, I got like 80 bullets. There's a... I thought that was an enemy. He's a dead guy.
Wait.
What?
In this room right
Oh,
here.
there's still enemies out there. Okay. What is that? Oh,
There are 4 of them. 4 of them.
there's
Just
4 of
kill 'em.
them. There's 4 of us.
Yeah, there's... Wait, there's more in the back. There's more in the back.
Oh, these guys are all like together.
I got one in my sights. I can snipe him. I got literally.
I just threw that close.
Hey.
Oh god, I want to just shoot this one. They're literally center dot right now. I just want to shoot him.
It's fine.
You throwing it back?
All right, Alti, get ready.
Freaking barnacle lady.
Yeah,
Freaking
I got it.
barnacle
Go, go, go.
lady.
Ready? I'm ready.
Can you see the one? No, I'm
ready,
not
I'm
ready
ready.
yet.
Oh. I was about to say I had to like let go of my charge. Nice.
We didn't even waste
Um,
ammo.
There's 2
nope.
in the back right here. Just 2 in
What?
the
There's
back.
more?
This way. Yeah, there's a lot more. They're through the store, actually. They're through the store.
There's stuff up here, by the
I
way.
hear
I
a-
don't know what it is yet.
A doodle.
Okay.
Oh, you see it through the... Oh, I'm stupid. It's a dead end. Maybe he's through that wall. Thank you.
Ookie.
If I slap this thing, will it make noise for them?
What? Slap what?
She
Slap it
slapped
anyway.
what?
Slap it.
Nice.
Oh, hey, look, ammo.
Alti's out of ammo. We need to give him some ammo.
I'm not taking
I am
it.
out of ammo.
Yeah, yes,
No,
zero health.
thank you. I got more splooge now.
Thank you.
More splooge material. Actually, just
Yep.
making some feet pics in your back.
Did I use ammo for something?
Ooh, ayo.
Do you use what?
I got it.
I'll drop a little 5 in your pocket.
You just keep going forward.
Onwards.
How many enemies were there, Alti?
There's a computer right there.
Is that a
There's
scan
a
door?
door here.
Oh, that's a regular
There's
door.
hang on, flashlights off.
There's a
Flashlights
Wait.
hack door.
Well, you have the lock
Flashlights
smelter.
No,
Just-
I don't think that's different.
You should be able to lock.
Does it?
Yes.
Oh.
So,
off. There's a lot in here. Wait, there's a lot in
wait,
here.
how many?
There's a lot in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10,
All right. Is there a feeler?
11.
A feeler
11.
man?
1100.
Oh my god.
That's a lot.
I counted 11.
All right, I'm opening the door. What was that noise? There's a guy directly in front of us. Right in front of you, Celeste. Right in front of you.
He's alone. You can get him.
Yep.
There's one to the right. East of us.
Wait, it's through the next door, right? Okay, so we have time.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
it's
so this
through
guy's
the
by
next
himself. Get him, Celeste.
door. Nice.
Any ammo? Oh, there's a locker here. Yeah, break that. Who needs health?
I'm at 40.
Ulti, and Yuki.
Ulti and Yuki.
Come here.
Give it to Yuki.
She's running away from me.
I mean, I think there's
She's
two.
running away from me.
How many are there?
There's 3, so I'm gonna hold this one until we like go to the next room.
Alright, hang on.
Okay,
Flash
we're
lights off.
ready.
Flash lights off.
Oh that's my flashlight. I was like, what?
There's 2 more in front of us.
Yeah, there's a guy sleeping right there in
And then
front.
there's just to the left. There's
Right
a
in front of you,
whole, like,
Celeste,
down the line to the left.
Did you get him? Did you
Oh
get
my
him?
God, Celeste.
Why did he like not
I
react?
did it.
Right here, Celeste. Right here.
I'm gonna go on the. Oh,
There's 2 to my left. They're like right in
Yeah,
front
there's
of each
like-
other.
there's a
They're
guy in
all to
front
the
of me.
left. They're all to the left. They're all to the left.
Oh, nope.
yeah, you get him. Any more on this side?
There's like 5 on that side, right?
Yeah, you guys can take care of that side. I'll
Uh,
clear this side.
Oh wait. There's one that's awake. He's right there.
That's a feeler, man. Don't let him feel you.
No, not tentacles.
Let's kill in sync, guys.
Okay.
Hold on.
Hang on. I gotta get
Can you
close.
flash? Sync him. You have to like flash across.
I'm not close enough, Celeste. I'm not close enough.
I'm not close enough either. Hold on. Oh, he was. You killed him, but he
My
was.
keyboard failed. I'm sorry. My keyboard failed. My mouse failed on me.
What do you mean? What happened?
I gotta charge my stuff. It's dying.
I would like to speak to animals, Shizua.
Oh God, no, no, God, I'm
There you
on my knees.
I got you. You've got
Thank
so
you.
many feet pics to see.
Oh, I have to live.
This is not
You
good.
have to live.
No, Ulti, your thing just ran out. That wasn't your mouse.
I did. Yes. Hang on.
No,
Wait.
if you hold your left click too long,
Thing
it just
for too
swings.
long?
Oh,
Yeah.
it'll just swing. Okay.
Yeah, so you have to hold. You have to press right click while you're charging to cancel the swing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank
are you guys
That's what
safe
happened.
enough for me to run to the
Uh,
banyo really quick?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can
go
go to
ahead.
the El
Yeah,
Baño.
we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
We're fine.
I'm a little pissed, baby. I'll be right back. Bye.
Wait, who
Yes,
went down?
okay.
Was it Celeste? I have health.
Me and Yuki.
Oh, I only had 1. I think mine would be. Yeah, close to what you have.
Teleportation would be pretty cool too. I would like to speak to animals. Imagine if I could speak to animals. I could get
My ultimate
paid.
ability is to be Shizu's friend.
Can
and I
get
already
paid
am
this-
her friend.
To know what that my dog's thinking.
No, but imagine all the dog parents or like
I
could
know,
work
that's
in
what
a
I'm
vet
saying.
Office, right? I
Yeah.
could make so much money speaking to the animals. You understand how like loud it would be though? Imagine you're next to an ant colony and they'd be like,
Yeah,
food.
that would be- Like, you just hear everything around you, all the birds and little
I would
crickets.
probably have to be a vegetarian though, which is very sad. I love my meat, but yeah.
Hey, yo.
Oh no.
I love my meat.
Hey, yo.
I love my red meat. Mmm.
Wait, there's a locker here we just missed. It's just sitting here. Personnel. We need 5 more. Loki, welcome in. It is me,
There is a door. here.
Janjo Banjo.
Yes, Loki.
Oh my god, thank you for the sketch. That looks amazing.
Hello, Loki.
Where's my heart? Nice.
Oh yeah. Good luck, Arya.
Good
Thanks
luck
for
with
dropping
Arya.
by.
Good luck.
Thank
Good luck.
you. Yeah.
Arya
I think it
would
looks
like to be
amazing.
VTuber, but she's very shy, Altia. I'm telling
She's very
her.
shy.
Yeah, she's would
Aw.
like to be a VTuber, but she's shy.
Aw.
Arya?
So she should.
Cute.
Yeah.
You should stream some, said Dark Souls with some souls.
Yeah.
Soul gaming. Wait, there's another door here. Yeah, VTuber's the best. Or you can be like that potato guy. With your face and the potato. You're literally a whole different person. Exactly. You can be whatever you want as a VTuber. There's like a billion enemies here.
Yeah, it took me a year to actually stream. Like, press the live button as a VTuber.
I remember you were telling me that,
You
Celeste.
were like
Yeah.
a little PNG.
And now I am thirsty for anime men online, being a bald cat girl, you know.
But life
And
happens.
balloon,
There you go.
inflated cat girl on Twitch. I have lost all sense of, what's it called?
I want to
Shame.
make this issue but you need something to take that away. Yeah, and it looks really good. Thank you so much, Loki.
Nicholas, what are you doing? I think Nicholas is trying to
I hear you.
puppy.
Be still, sleepers. Let them sleep.
It is so good. I agree. I agree, Sleepy. Where is it at? Let's do it right there. Show it while we wait. Boom.
I'm clearing the area over here if you want to help.
Which area?
I'm
Oh, that
on
one.
We can do
my-
this scan sequence. It's no alarm. We can do this scan
No,
sequence.
we need 4
I'm-
people.
Oh, wait, we need
Yeah,
you,
I'm far
Oh
away.
my god, Celeste. Celeste?
There's like
I thought you cleared the room.
No, I'm clearing it. I'm clearing it, not it's cleared.
Shoot. Celeste, we gotta shoot. We gotta shoot.
Did you just run in?
Help me!
We gotta protect Yuki.
I killed the big guy.
Ah! I just returned! Oh my
Welcome back,
goodness
welcome back.
gracious.
Oh no.
Welcome back from the banyo. Don't worry, nothing's
Perfect
happening.
timing.
Exactly.
Nice. Wait, how am I all the way up here? Oh wait, no, I'm not anywhere. I'm on the ground. Like I was off. Never mind.
Yeah, get turreted.
Alright, there we go.
So last one.
Alright, area
Right
cleared.
in there.
I was like, you can help me clear this room, and then Celeste just ran into like 5 of them.
I wanna polish it with a ball polisher, like a bowling ball.
A bowling ball?
Yeah, where's
Yeah,
the
you know,
wipe?
like little polisher
wipe emote.
things?
There was like nothing in this room.
That's
We
why
just got
it's
scammed.
gonna be so shiny.
I love it.
Yeah, there's
Okay, yeah,
nothing in this
something
room,
else
guys.
in there.
Wow, Jan, it's all your fault.
What do you mean? You didn't want me to scan for items? Now you're just complaining that I just clear rooms?
It's all your fault. No, you said you
That's
cleared
your
it.
fault. I said I need
all
help clearing the
happily.
room. I was like, there's a lot of them in here, and then you just ran in. That's not my
I
fault.
was so excited. I was let down by my team. I
Ah.
know, an ID card.
There's 2 ID cards in here.
See, perfect. See, I needed help clearing it.
Nice. Alright, we
Good
just gotta
teamwork,
get
good
4
teamwork.
more
Yep.
through here.
I get a PC that doesn't sound like rock. I'll open up 2 simulated apps. So exactly. Proceed with discussion tomorrow. Yes. Oh my god, it's almost 3. Yes, please get some rest. I'll see you when you wake up. Have a good night. And thank you for the update.
Okay, there's a lot of stuff here. There's a lot of stuff in there.
Hold on, I'm tucking Loki in. Here you go, good night.
I'm so excited. Oh yeah.
Alright, we ready? Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Oh wait, is this a
Bye,
shared
Loki.
chat on Twitch? Is that
Yeah.
for
Just
everybody?
chat.
Whoa! Dang.
Yes,
Alright,
seven.
there's a
You
lot
are
of
now
it, yeah, there's a
you are
lot
now
of food
Celeste
in
too,
there.
with all those 77 hit pass.
Wait, the red one's
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
back. Red one's coming back right now.
I mean, we just need to like walk backwards when the feeler comes. We should be fine, as long as it doesn't touch
Yeah,
you.
he's
Do
like
we
right in front
open
of the
it?
door.
Don't let
Yeah.
the
He's
touch
right,
you.
no, he's right in front of the door.
What?
So we
Yes.
open it.
Open it.
Yeah, I mean he's walking still. If he stops moving, that's when we like start backing up.
We start
Um,
throwing it back.
I can't see
Yeah, yeah,
anything.
yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
oh, oh,
yeah.
oh, back up. I don't know how far his thing reaches.
They don't go
10
that
years.
far.
That's
Okay.
how far
Oh, they
Very
do go
far.
pretty
It's very
far,
far.
actually.
Yeah.
They do go pretty far. Just snipe him.
Yeah, but then I'll alert everybody. Want me to snipe him?
Wait, he's headed this way. He's headed this way.
Alright, he's dead.
Nice. Good job.
How many are active, ulti? Alright. Oh, you ran into me. I'm sorry. I try to stand still so I don't run into your guys' shots. Alright, perfect.
Pop, 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 pop. Pew, pew. Pew, pew,
Who's
pew,
that guy shooting at? What?
God, it was the
Okay,
crotch
we're good.
lady.
We're good. We're good.
Oh.
We're good.
The one who
Perfect.
does the reverse grudge.
Oh.
See, that was an easy room clear, just saying.
Yeah, because we had extra ammo. I mean, I have 7%
Wait,
left.
there's more near. There's more near. There's more
What?
near.
Okay.
Okay, so who needs
Warner.
health? I have a pack with 3.
All of
I
us
have
are
10.
at 20 besides
yeah, don't worry
me.
about me. I might die again. Yeah, save it for you guys.
Yep.
Yeah, but then we need to run across the
Wait,
map
where-
after we're done,
where are
and
they
we
through
don't want you to get down.
Are they not through the tree?
Are they through the next
There
door?
you go, Jay.
Where are they?
Oh,
I think they're in the
Jim.
next room over.
I didn't know you were healing me.
Oh,
Thank you.
Oh yeah, there's a door here, so
Oh,
they're
no,
probably through the next door.
Yeah, they're
And there's
through
a
this door.
thing right there
This
at
door.
the
ice
ground.
cube.
Any containers?
I do not see any.
I don't either.
I don't
So
see any mighties.
one?
I'm guessing the ID is in the next room. Okay.
Yes.
How many enemies,
In the
Salty?
next room.
There's 1, 2,
3, 4,
3.
Double
5,
my
There's
6.
shoe.
red dots here. I don't know what the red dots are though.
Red dots? Well, let's find out.
I just see 3 so far. I just see 3.
I don't see anybody in my thermal. Oh, there's one to the right. Wait, stop.
There's, yeah, they're to the right, and the red dots are to the left.
He's okay. We can kill this guy. I can barely see. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Welcome, exactly. That's what I was
ID
thinking when Ulti
card.
said that.
Okay.
Oh, that's a big guy.
2 more.
There's a big dude here, like huge. We need like 2
I got
people.
a two refill, Jan. Let me give you some.
I mean, I'm good. I'm at 50%.
Exactly. You can get some more. And
Yeah,
then
but what
you
about
get blue for
what about you
Alright,
guys?
alright. Let's all circle this big guy. Let's all
Yeah, we need
More
we need
for
to
you.
circle this guy and hit him all at the same time.
Alright.
All right, I'm walking up.
Oh,
Closer.
welcome in.
All right,
5,
let's surround him. Oh, stop moving.
Wait.
7.
So let's. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
you picked it up. Double
Wait, hold
my
on.
shoe.
Are we ready? I'm
Yeah,
charging.
ready.
I'm charging.
I'm
All right, just
charging.
go.
Charge
Just
him.
go.
Black him.
Yeah, get him. Keep getting him. Nice.
Nice.
There's still enemies around, I think.
We're good. There's one more.
Oh, we just need one more. If we can get one more,
Down
we
this way,
can
down this
leave.
way.
We're missing 1 key card, guys. 1 key card.
There's one
That's
more
another.
enemy
There's
coming
another big
down
guy.
this
Is
way.
it just one left?
Yeah, it's just one left. Just one.
Wait, there's one left. It's just a big guy. I'm just gonna snipe him then.
I
Snipe
just
his
sniped him.
ass.
Yeah. Get him.
All right, let's find the last key card and get out of here. Wait, there's enemies behind.
Wait, behind us. There's 3.
There's 2 big guys. All right, I need help. Get this smog fry out of here. All right, I got the other big guy. Perfect.
Good job,
Yeah,
team.
yeah,
Good
yeah.
job.
Why
Um,
are you crying? Legolas.
All right, let's get that last key card.
There's a lock.
All right, let's get the last one, and then we can plan our escape.
I
Oh,
got
wait,
an
if
ammo
you find
pack,
it, let's
well, hell yeah.
don't grab
Wait,
it yet.
If you
There's
find
a
the
key
ID
card
card, do not
here.
pick it up yet.
Yeah, don't
Get
pick it up
on
if
the
you
way
find it. Cause
I have an ammo pack. I found it. It's right here.
where?
Okay, I have an ammo
Oh,
pack.
okay,
We
well, don't
need
pick it up.
ammo.
Um,
I heard you.
I need an ammo. I have 27 bullets
I
on
got
this one.
2 ammo packs. 1 ammo pack left.
I'd say ulti. Wait, what was that noise?
Don't worry
Somebody
about it.
took 5.
Alti or
Don't
Yuki?
worry about
Cracking my
it.
knuckles. I was cracking my knuckles.
Don't worry about it.
Okay,
Nothing happened,
Alti,
I promise.
There you go.
Me? Thank you.
Is there another chest here?
Come to my lap. Come
We're almost out, everyone. We're almost out.
We have to fight our way out first.
Oh, hi, Ellie. Oh, hi, Lego. Hi, Ellie.
There's no more. We have to run pretty far. Do you guys see where the exit is?
Yeah, that's my nickname for her, little sweetie.
Oh my gosh, but it's all straight. It's all straight.
Yeah, just straight this way. where I'm looking. Are we ready?
Did we find it? Wait, did we find it?
Yeah, Celis has it.
Okay, hang on, hold on.
Yeah, I'm waiting before I start sprinting in that direction.
Wait 1 second.
Yep.
I fucked up
No,
something.
no rush. No rush.
Damn,
Refresh.
my whole mic
Guess
stand
room.
like fell out of their spot. Fuck. There you go, I did it. It's okay, puppy. Don't be scared. I know.
Okay, Celeste, look at the map so that you know where we have to go.
I just follow the.
Yeah, I was about to say she can just follow
This
us.
way.
Okay, so I pick it up.
This
Can we
way.
Yes, pick it up. Pick it up. Alright, let's go.
Yeah, okay. Go back to zone 39.
Huzzah!
We did it, and no one died.
Yay!
Well, we have to get there first.
Don't say that yet.
You have the tracker out? You have the tracker out?
I do have the tracker out. I do. There's nothing here.
I mean, this could be the one where there's no enemies.
We're racing. We're racing. Skirt, skirt, skirt. I'm racing.
Yeah, we're here, we're
I'm
here.
racing. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. Oh no, my knees.
Got him.
I'm racing. I'm about to win, guys. About to win this race. No! Get out of here! No! No!
Okay, it looks like this is the one with no enemies, so perfect.
Wait, what is this? Oh, okay. So,
Yeah.
we did it.
Some missions,
Yay.
I guess this one's because it's personal IDs and you can be like really far away, so that's the one where they don't attack us. Perfect. We're
did
all
it.
critical. We're all about to die. And we got boosters. I got 1 gold.
Nice. I got a new peril.
Nice!
Y'all down to
Me
do another one?
too.
I'm down.
One last
Let's
one.
do it.
Sounds
That
good to
tackle
me.
box.
You want to go
We
to
get to
B
go
or
fishing.
C? We can go deeper in. Should we go deeper in?
Let's go
Oh, yeah.
deeper in.
Yeah, the
Let's
deeper
put
we
some
in,
perks.
the deeper
Okay,
we in,
put
the
some
deeper we
Perks
go.
on.
We can do reconnect or the officer.
Wait, let's do some perks, guys.
What?
Right?
Some
Might as
perks?
well. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna change my gun if
You
we're
mean the
doing
boosters?
R1C1.
No, like yeah, the boosters. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have this one. And I have this one.
Prepare that. Protect. Melee resist. Infection resist. I don't need to worry about that. Let's do melee resist.
I was about to say, this one has a lot of enemies, so I'm gonna switch to my other gun.
Legolas, put your nose off my desk.
Crystal's usually good. Anybody else running a sniper?
I am. I
So,
believe.
about to
on
say,
level.
we shouldn't have like multiple
I'm running
snipers.
2 burst weapons. I can swap though.
It's. I have the.
Are you sure you want to do
Omni-Code,
burst?
The hell rifle.
Yeah, bursting is helping me out here.
About to say, this
I
one
can
has
swap
like
to
a lot of
one. I can
enemies.
swap to a shotgun. Oh, a lot of enemies?
Yeah, a
Alright,
lot of
well,
enemies,
hold
so
on,
you
okay.
wanna like conserve your ammo.
Oh, Ellie, it's your turn to be on my lap. Okay, come here, baby girl. Come on.
Yeah, we're fine
Okay.
running these, because I'm just gonna use the pistol.
Come on, baby girl.
You still running the foam launcher?
Come on.
Yeah. Do you want me to still run the
Okay.
foam or no?
I don't remember if there's a lot of doors, but the foam launcher in mine is pretty good, because then they pile up
Well,
and we just kill
We
them
can
all.
do the officer, or we can do reconnect. I think the officer sounds better. think that
I don't
sounds
even see
cooler.
the officer.
The R99 or R301.
Oh,
I
that one's
know.
easier.
Where's my 30?
The deeper we go, the harder it will be.
Oh, okay. This one is on the same level then.
Yeah, that's why we unlocked the bottom one, the C tier, because we just finished a B level.
Yeah. We have a
Oh yeah, let me
shotgun.
booster.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hold the 2 bursts.
I'm gonna do main damage because I'm using a pistol. And
Legolas, you're okay, puppy.
I'll do this special ammo. Why not?
What's your favorite
Lego.
candy?
I really like those trolleys right now, or the sour strips.
Oh, okay.
I like those.
Those are good.
What
I
about
love
you?
sour candy. Right now I'm on a peanut butter cake. So I have Reese's Pieces and Reese's and Butterfinger.
It's
Hey,
But
you can't go
This is-
wrong with Reese's. That's good.
yeah, I like them
don't
frozen.
Reese's, guys.
Oh
Am I
no!
out of this collab?
No, you're
I'm
fine.
gonna say something. My favorite candy was Three Musketeers
Yo,
because that was
I've
a
n-
I like
fatty.
Rolos. Rolos are my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
It's true.
What
I
was
was.
that?
I was.
What happened?
Ulti
what?
was very, very like assertively saying, "My favorite candy was the Three Musketeers, because I was a fatty."
That's right.
Oh. I like Keith bars. Keith bars are pretty good too. I like toffee.
I like cookies and cream.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't ready up. Here we go. All right.
It's your
Wow.
fault.
Shane Bell.
Anything not too spicy?
Everyone.
I don't like the breathing.
The breathing. I mean, we're about to drop like 600 meters from this like unencased thing. I'd be, yeah. I mean, just looking down.
So, what are y'all here for, guys?
I'm here for blowing my team up.
Blowing your feet? Good night, Burbasaur. Bye-bye.
Have a good night, Burbasaur.
Adios, muchachos.
Here we go.
Okay, Ellie, don't move.
Ellie, better move.
Ellie, don't
Move,
move. Ellie's
move,
on my lap, okay? If she moves
Fart,
out of sudden,
Fart,
I might shoot.
Ellie, fart! Fart,
Oh,
Ellie,
she
fart!
farts all the time. I stopped asking
Oh,
her
wait,
to
wait,
not
in front of
fart
us, in
anymore.
front of us.
What? How many?
Lights off, lights off. In front of us. Sleepers.
I'm about to say all the lights are on.
My lights are off. Yeah,
That's
these are
the
Flashlights,
in-game
guys,
lights.
flashlights.
Guys, find the light switch. I gotta turn off the lights.
Hold on, hold on.
See, Ellie? Oh my god.
How many enemies are here?
One.
There's one right here.
We were just scared of this one guy. Oh,
On this,
never mind.
light off.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was there. It's gonna be a little bit harder for me because I don't have a thermal, so I can't really see the enemies.
Nice, Celeste. Hang on. I think there's a couple more here.
Oh my god, what
Can't
is
tell-
that under
Oh, the
there?
fog! Oh!
What?
Oh,
Where?
yeah. I want to go in.
What? Where? Where do you guys see
don't
that?
wanna go in the
Hey,
fart
oh, Yuki, a
clouds.
different kind of beast.
Where's the fog? What?
I want to taste
I don't see no fog.
Below
Some
us.
candy.
Yeah, there's a
Delicious. It smells like sulfur. Yum.
there's some enemies in here, Yuki.
Wait, y'all got fog in your game?
No, they're behind the door.
Are they behind
there
the
are
door?
no
Okay,
enemies.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
have no
yeah.
enemies.
We're fine.
Open it.
Get that.
Open the door.
Right in front, right in front.
Found an artifact.
Get
Woohoo!
him, Celeste. He's right there. He's alone.
In the butt.
Nice.
Good job.
Okay.
Good job.
Oh my
Oh.
god,
There's,
look at
in
that
the
ass,
settings.
guys.
North of
That's
us,
crazy.
there's-
I know
There's
they're
a lot
thick,
of
aren't
them.
they?
Let me put
thick.
these back on.
I'm hanging left.
To your right, Celeste. Hang on. Right over here.
Bam.
Wait. Maybe they're beyond that door. Okay.
I can hear one to my right. I'm moving close.
Oh, they're below us. They're below us.
Nico, it's okay. Softly.
There's one right here. Chill, chill, chill.
Yep. There's two right by you, Yuki. Nice. You got him as he woke up.
As he was, you know.
Get him.
About to
Hang on, he's not
twerk
dead.
really hard.
Okay.
Wait, do we even know where we're going?
I hear it, but I can't see it.
I think it's below. I think it's below or above. Yeah, it's above. It's above.
There. Oh, wow. I'm not being a peeping Tom. I'm not staring.
They're all above us. They're all above
Oh,
us.
there's
right now.
2 right next. Oh, there's 3 next to me,
There's
guys.
3. Yeah. Hang on, Celeste. Hang on. Let's get over to you. This way. This way.
I go there in sync now, guys.
Careful. Okay.
You ready, Yuki?
Hold on. Hold on.
They're about to. I think we did it.
Right there. That's the only one that's awake. That's the only one that's awake. Okay. Nice. Nice. Everybody else is asleep.
We need to get to some. What the hell is he doing down here? Need to get to zone 21.
Okay. We're good. Maybe through here.
Do you guys see the door to zone 21?
I see zone 16.
There's a lot in here. There's a lot in here.
Where?
There's 3.
I've cleared
4.
some up to the stairs. I hear them, but I don't
They're below us.
see
They're
them.
below us.
Oh, I think they can still hear my movement. Oh, there's the guy.
Yeah, one's right there. There's 2 more to the left.
Okay, I see the 2.
Alright, get that one to the right first.
Yep. Hold on.
Do not move. There are sleepers.
Yeah, don't move. Okay, we're good.
There's
Oh,
another
I
guy?
love being
Right in front of
carried.
us.
Yeah.
Yuki.
I'm gonna just chill back over
Get
here,
him,
you know?
Celeste. Get him.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hot. Oh, hell yeah.
Nice. Oh yeah, that's hot.
Don't mind me, just call me Paris Hilton.
I'm hacking.
Alright, we're good.
I'm
There's
in.
1 sleeper in there. Yeah.
This is where we guys were.
He's through this room. He's through this room.
Okay.
Wait, is there one in here? I see 2.
We need to go through this door. This is zone
One's through this door.
21. This is a. It's just a scan for this one. Okay.
Okay. Oh wait, wait.
I'm here.
What?
There's
what?
something here. There's a red dot here.
That's fine. We can
Oh, it's a
still
feeler.
press
I can see him. He's standing right in front of the door. I can see him through the little window.
Alright, let's just shoot him. Or should we get?
Oh, how many enemies?
We got the sniper.
I can shoot him.
There's 2.
Yeah.
I only see 2.
Alright, I'm shooting him. Thank you for the hydrate wiser. I'm gonna do that as soon as I shoot this person.
I'm gonna scan just in case there's more.
I can't see his head.
Avoid those pillars at any cost. Touch them.
I got him.
We're
Nice.
outnumbered in seconds.
Oh yeah, if you guys are getting... Oh, I see an enemy over there, but I can't see.
Nice. One more.
Yep. Kill that guy.
Get him, Yuki, get him!
Yeah.
Yeah!
Do you guys,
Alright,
do you
we're
guys,
good.
Who's
do you
your
guys know
mommy?
how to dodge?
Hey yo! Hey yo!
Hey yo. I'm gonna drink water. Ammo pack?
I'm good on ammo. I'm good.
I don't think I've
I'll
shot
just keep
anything
it.
yet, so I
Mhm.
think I'm good.
Yeah, so I think we're good here.
I'll just keep it for now.
Yeah, I haven't shot besides that
Acting.
sniper. Alright. Zone. Oh
Ooh,
shoot, it's this
oh.
one. I forgot.
Glow sticks down here, guys. I don't know.
Yeah, we gotta prepare, guys. How many enemies are in front of us?
I grabbed the glow
I got
sticks.
a seafoam grenade.
We'll need that.
There's a
There are a
med
lot of
kit in
sleepers
here.
in here.
Wait, can you give me the grenade?
Can somebody carry the med kit?
Alti? Come here.
Huh?
Over here.
It's got 3 uses,
Where?
so I got it right here.
Oh, I'm over here. I'm by myself.
Oh. I was
Can you
looking
throw
around.
the grenade over here? Like where I'm standing?
Yeah, I can
Right
throw
here.
the grenade. What do you want me
Right.
to throw it?
Do you need me
Yeah,
to
right here.
load anything else up? Because I've got the flame or the.
What do you want me to
the-
throw it? This
Just
grenade?
right here on the ground. Right here.
Yeah.
You
you want
can
me to
just
put it
you
in
can
the
just
doorway?
foam you can just foam everywhere here.
Oh, you want me to foam
Okie
everywhere here?
dokie.
No, Yuki, she's got the thing.
Okay, okay. Where's the med kit? I can take the med kit.
Yep, and then right there for friends.
Is it near? No, where is it?
So you're good. You can
We'll
save
go
the rest.
outside soon.
Never.
Nice.
Oh, I have the med kit. I had space for it.
Oh, you have it? Okay, no worries.
Yeah, and I got glow sticks too.
Okay.
All right. I mean, we have to clear that area over there first, but we're gonna have to defend back here. That's why I'm just setting up over here. All right, we're good. How many enemies in here?
I call the top of the skid steer.
There are 1, 2,
Hopefully it's
There's
not
a
big guys.
terminal. Here.
4,
There's a terminal here
5,
if you want to
6,
scan for anything in the PC.
7.
Oh, we're good.
Okay.
We need to go to zone 21. That's I just cleared the thing
There
that
are
we
at
need to
least
find.
9 enemies here. There are at least 9 enemies in there. They're all
Ooh.
sleepers.
Wait, did they change
Yeah.
it? Oh no, they did.
This
It's
guy
different.
to the left is alone, but there's a lot of them to the right here. That are
I'm gonna
close
go to
by.
the one on the left.
Okay, I thought that was a big guy. There's like 4 of them right there.
Yes, there are 4 of them.
Do you need me to go left instead or right instead?
You can take out that one. Or I can take
Yeah,
out
let's
this
kill
one.
the lunar over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll get him.
Oh, you got that one? Okay. I'll
We're
go
just
do
gonna
Yeah, I
bum
got
rush
him.
these guys later. The squad.
that. Oh,
Mixer,
Wait,
crisis
Celeste,
sent.
let's
Off
stop.
work late, hungry,
I
but
was about to say they're
tired
not
to cook.
synced.
Try 7 corn dogs. 7 corn dogs
They're all
back to
awake, they're all
back.
awake, they're all
No
awake.
mustard,
Back
no
up, back
ketchup.
up, back up. You
Just
woke everybody
dog.
up in the room.
Eat the stick too. You will certainly not regret eating 7 corn dogs.
Yes, 7 corn dogs. Thank you, Weiser.
This gun's not letting me shoot it. Oh, I got
Careful, left side.
Have you ever eaten 7 corn dogs? I think I'll be full after like 2.
Oh shit, I fell down here? That's annoying.
God, I love this gun so much. Oh, they're like such one shots with this
I don't
one.
like this gun. I gotta hold it down for the burst. I thought you just tap it.
That's why I asked if you were sure about those burst guns.
Yes. I was using another burst that wasn't that good. I mean, that was pretty good.
Hi, boy.
I love
Thanks for
burst
giving me
gun.
a late star. There's a more glow sticks here. There's 2 sets of glow sticks.
Refill
I can
pack.
grab one.
Okay.
So I have a refill pack. I will take the refill
The
pack unless
toolkit?
somebody else wants it.
I have
the
a
tool one?
ammo pack too.
The
'Cause
tool
I have a
one?
health pack.
I guess I'll use one for me.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Is it just
Alright,
one?
There's a
the
lot
health
in there,
pack
by
right
the
there.
way.
We
There's a
need
lot in there.
key card black
I need a tool too.
471.
Oh, can we clear you
Okay,
that?
there you go.
Is there a terminal in here?
Ooh,
we need
somebody has
another-
a fire pit going right now. It smells so good.
This
Ugh.
is California.
dude.
There's no fire pits here, sadly.
There's just fire
Oh.
in general.
There's just
I'm
fire.
from
There's no
California.
fire pit.
I'm a California native.
And somebody
Ooh.
has. Oh, you don't live in Cali anymore? I was like, if somebody
No.
has a campfire next door, I'm like, bro, that's
Uh-huh.
danger.
We used to do fire pits, but I lived in SoCal, so yeah.
Hell yeah, SoCal.
Hell yeah, I'm also in SoCal.
Nice.
We must have a
Hey,
plan
yo.
to get here.
SoCal gang.
What
I'll say you also from SoCal?
No.
Yeah,
Oh, this is
we're
a
all
level
from
2
SoCal.
alarm.
Yep. Everybody was from
Yes,
SoCal
I'm
sometime.
not from SoCal.
This is a
Wait,
class
for
2. Wait, is this even where we need to
no,
go?
No,
No.
No, no.
I'm
Oh,
also
we have to go
not
through
from
this
SoCal.
door. This door. Zone 21.
y'all.
No, but I live.
I
live in
am.
SoCal now.
Wait, Ulti, why'd you start that one?
Okay.
I thought we were starting this.
I said 21 over here. We need to go to that door.
Sound of death coming from us.
I mean, we should be fine. We put a bunch of defense all the way back there, right?
I'm scanning. Hold on. I'm scanning.
I think they're stuck in our foam all the way back there in the other room.
Yeah, it gets stuck in the goo. Yeah.
If you hear explosions, then they're passing it. I mean, that's only a class 2. Wait.
Don't open this door. Do not open
Yeah,
this door.
don't open that. I was about to say we need to query the other ones.
I don't see anything yet.
Maybe they all died to the.
I
Good thing.
know,
I hope so.
You'll get out.
Oh, here they
soon,
are.
Okay, we're almost out, puppy.
Oh my! There's so many.
Oh shit.
I'm just kidding. There's like 2 left. They're all.
Yeah, I was like,
There's a
Okay.
big guy though.
Oh really?
There's two
Oh
big
shoot!
guys.
Oh shoot!
There's two big
I got one. Don't shoot his head. Don't shoot his head. I missed. He dodged me. I got pranked. Okay. Well, he's dead.
I got him. I shot him in the jugular. I watched him bleed out.
Scanning.
We're good.
Alright, we're good. We're clear. We're
There's.
clear.
Did they use all my mines?
Query black 4-7.
Black key. Yeah, they used all our mines here, so that we cleared most of them out. That's
Yeah,
pretty
we're
good.
Nice.
Don't let him in close. Wait, who's just screaming?
Wait, there's one more. Jando's getting smacked.
Help! I'm all tab.
Yo, yeah.
Alright.
Drown.
Sorry, I was hitting my
Yet
vape.
there's
Sorry.
okay, so the key.
Help me,
the
my
black key
monitor's
is in
turned
zone
off.
22. Black key is in zone
Uh-oh.
22.
My screen, where am
I
I?
noticed.
6,
I'm double checking.
32.
There's nothing.
Query. Key.
I need a
kill you.
restart to change. I'm dying. Oh,
What do you mean you're
What's
dying?
the what's
No,
the,
I-
guys,
I-
what's the
Okay.
great
I
key?
tapped back in and
If
then
it's
I got
right-
hurt.
Oh,
Guys,
okay.
what's the key?
For
What?
what?
The
The
great.
key to my heart? You already have it, Celeste?
It's 6:32.
Woo! When's the wedding? Can I come?
She's my step B sibling, and so are you.
So.
What do you mean so?
Oh.
What do you mean, step beach, brother?
Wait, where?
Jan,
Go to
go-
zone
Wait, does that make me
22.
your guys' older big sister once removed?
It does, yeah, it does.
Oh,
You're the
shit,
oldest,
damn.
actually.
Okay, thanks for the
Yeah, you're the
transfer, by the
oldest.
way.
Wait, maybe I am the oldest in real life too. Damn.
Okay, we need to go to zone 22, which is this door, I think. Yep. This one.
Thanks for the charge. Okay, so they're
Yeah,
both
I'm
in zone 22.
drowning. Well, we only need the zone 21
So,
key
this one.
card. Yeah, we have to go
W
through that door.
roleplay?
So that's good. We already did it. Nice.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 near.
Awesome.
Oh, my body just broke.
My body is ready.
They're not really. they're
Mine's
near
not.
Each other. There's one in that corner, right there. You see him, Celeste?
Yes. Oh, the hunter is on the prowl.
The hunter.
Oh.
Oh, what just happened?
Nothing.
Don't.
Oh,
don't
they're down
if
there.
it's just one
Wait,
guy,
it's
don't
away.
shoot. It's just one guy. Never mind. There's 3 guys. There's 4 guys. Why is the guy in the other room angry? What? I'm just gonna bump.
Jan,
I'm gonna.
wait, Jan, stay back, Jan.
Oh, there's like 5 of them.
God.
You can dodge the little flares. Why am I staying back? What's
Yeah,
happening?
the sidestep.
I wanna.
Are we
ammo
not shooting
pack
them?
you.
Are we not
Oh,
shooting
well,
them?
thank you.
There you go.
I mean, we can shoot them, guys. There's at least 5. You guys can shoot them. I was just walking up because I wanted to
can't
melee
see
them.
shit. Y'all wanna see him? Oh, that doesn't change
Oh.
anything.
Oh, it does for us. We can see them clearly.
It does?
Yeah, we can see them all the way down there.
I'm scanning.
What the hell is this guy doing?
I apparently like to stand in the middle of fire.
I know, Lego. Please wait a second, puppy. Like 30 minutes. I'll bring you outside.
If you guys are just walking, you can press shift to like quickly go to like left or right to dodge the little missiles.
Alright,
Who's hurt?
Fried?
Don't worry about it.
Yuki
Don't
is
worry about it.
20%
Don't worry
health.
about it.
Wait, don't heal yet. Wait until you're
Oh
20.
no, I'm not healing. No. I'm gonna leave it because I'm back at 20.
What
Don't
is
even worry
that?
about
That's
it.
a key.
I'm gonna save those
Great.
heal packs.
That's for zone 19. We don't even need to go with that one.
But
Found the
it's
wrong
up-
key.
I want to know what's up there.
Yeah, we can go up there. We're supposed to. Because we need to... Oh,
I
this
wanna
long
know.
ladder? Yeah, let's go.
We're good to go. We're good to go. Oh my gosh. Hold on.
I'm a
There's more here. There's
venture
more here. There's
Oh.
3,
The locker.
4, 5. Oh,
More glow sticks. Wait, did I hear an enemy? Hello? What's down here? Oh, glow sticks. Oh, thank you.
noise.
Okay, there's nothing. I just wanted to use it. Do you want the glow sticks, Celeste, or no?
There's a lot beyond the store here, but I don't know if they're in that corner over there.
So let's-
I really want to open this box 399.
Do it.
Ooh!
Do it.
All right. I've been told to do it.
I'm watching you.
What's
I don't know if
inside?
there are more around
No.
there, Ginger. I don't know if they're like through the door or not.
I mean, I'm just AFK.
Let's go.
I think they're above.
Oh,
I think they're above.
Woo!
Who needs it? Who's in need
Oh
of
my
help?
gosh, there's
Oh,
so
for you.
many
Use it all for
Oh,
you.
There's
Yuki.
so many over here.
Where?
Wait, turn off your light. Turn off your light.
Yeah,
There's
this
so
is
many over
this is
here.
the big room that took us like an hour to complete. But we're pros, so we got this.
An hour?
Yeah?
Oh my god.
It was only like me and another person, so it took us a while
Lego
because there's two of
needs
us.
to drop a little pee-pee, I think.
There's more health pack over here. We can
Okay.
come back for it.
Yep.
I
There's
know.
We should be
Lego.
fine.
Down there.
I know, puppy. Calm down.
Ginger, there's one more by you.
Where?
That's to your.
I
north.
know, Lego.
My
Well,
doors.
there's like 3 over here. They're just kind of sitting around.
To my
having
left.
a
I think he's
seance.
below me, Ginger. Yeah, he's below me.
Yep,
He's
they're
below me.
they're down here. They're having a seance.
Okay, I
I
can't
see
see, so
right
I'm
now,
throwing
there's
glow
like-
sticks.
That's a lot. Ooh.
I mean, we don't have to clear the room. We can just open the boxes and find the key card we need. Is that a big dude? I just heard like a big dude.
Lego, it's okay.
Oh, they're still asleep. They're
we're
still
good.
asleep over here. They're good. They're good.
Yeah,
They're still
there's a
sleeping?
lot of them over there. There's a lot of
Yup.
them over there.
Okay, Lego.
Alright, let's see. There's a box right there. I'm gonna try and open that. Is the key card in here?
I got a long range flashlight and something.
Tool. I got it. The tool. Oh, just jumped. Oh
How do I
shit.
use this long range
Wasn't me.
flashlight?
It wasn't
It, you have to swap to it. It's all the way at the bottom. It'll automatically use it when you pull it out. Oh, never mind. There you go.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay.
We need to find a terminal to query the key. Oh, this is a class alarm. Don't open that. I see a terminal up here.
You're okay.
You're okay, Celeste. You're okay. It's okay.
Black
No, puppy's
key.
crying. I don't want him to shit in my room either.
It'll
So
just smell
oh,
like
yeah, there's
really,
one right
really
there.
bad brownies.
Yeah.
And stain my carpets.
Alright.
Yeah.
Wait, are we in the wrong area?
All right,
We are in
Celeste, you get that
zone
one?
Oh,
I'm gonna help
stop
18.
moving.
you
Stop
out,
moving.
Yuki.
Stop moving. Stop moving. All right,
West
they're done having a seizure.
18.
Okay, nice. I got one right down here.
There's a
Get 'em.
few boxes and terminals here. Oh, yeah, I hear music. It's happening.
Smack him.
You know, it'd be really fun to play. All of us play like 7
Nice.
Days to Die, and then like get like
Ooh.
a few more like people to play 7 Days to Die.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be
very
fun.
I played that modded. It's
Yeah.
free to fun.
I love 7 Days to Die.
Why is there a
I love
mine on the
Days
ground?
to
What?
Die too.
Who put that mine down?
I did.
Wait, what?
I was
There's
hoping
just
that I
one.
could bait that pack of 3 enemies there, but
Oh, into
Well, you
the
can pick it
light.
up again. I think.
can
Maybe.
we? No,
Uh,
I don't think so.
Oh, never mind. I guess that's just
I'm
for
gonna go
fun.
up this ladder.
I'm going down the ladder.
I'm on
There's
top
something up
of a
here.
cruiser. No, I'm on top of machinery. Never mind. Yahee!
Well, the room's,
Okay, we
I
should
think the
prepare
room's
for that
clear.
class.
There's a class 3 alarm. Do you have foam for this door back here? Where we came from?
Yes, I should. I just refilled, so.
I'm just
We should
kidding.
use
There's
that
actually
alarm,
no
too.
door.
I'm coming.
There's
Not
no
that alarm, we
door
should use
over
that,
here.
that mine as
Wait,
well.
which door do I need to foam?
There isn't
This
any. It's
hole?
it's just this hole.
Oh, okay. So, well, okay.
So this is the only way they can come from. All the other things are closed.
There is another health pack right here. If anybody has space for a health pack, please grab it.
Um,
There's 3 charges on
I
there.
have a tool refill. Who needs that?
I
Who
also
needs
have
Some,
some,
I, need, I
Oh,
would
no, I
like
think I
some
use a tool.
tools.
Oh, come here,
Let me
come
see
here,
if I still
Celeste.
have one.
I'm gonna use it on Celeste. There you go. Alright, now I have more
Oh no, the
mines.
tool refill that I had earlier had only had 2 charges.
Can you foam over here? Like the staircase?
Yep.
Like, just down there. Where I'm standing.
Yup.
Just spray me. Thank you. And then I'll put a
Nice.
bomb
Bam.
right here.
Jan asked you to glue on him. That's crazy.
It's fine. And then I'll put another one up here. Alright, perfect.
There we go. Oh, Merry Christmas! I splooged everywhere.
Yes.
Merry Christmas.
And
Merry
if they get
Christmas.
past that, another
Merry
one.
Chrysler.
Man,
Now we
Chrysler.
go.
Yeah, we
Wait,
go
is this
over
one?
there to the east. No, not that one, not that one.
Oh wait, this is a class. Okay, yeah, I guess.
Not that one, the other one. Oh, wait. Door to... No, it's this one.
Wait, this
You're
one
right.
too, Genja. This one too.
Wait, go
do
to
this
zone
one
22
first.
to look for... No, this is the right one. I'm looking at the top left of the screen.
Okay.
We have to go to zone 22 to get the key card. Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna activate it.
Let's
good?
go.
Wait, that turret's facing the wrong way.
Is it?
Yeah, they're coming from the right side.
Oh.
Thank you for the head patch, Creevy. How you doing? Oh,
Freebies here. Another V sibling.
Yeah.
Step V sibling.
Yeah. Hi.
the scan is running away.
I'm chasing it. I'm chasing
Yeah,
it.
I
I'm
am
chasing
too.
It. All right, I'm on it. I'm on it.
Okay.
I'm on one that's going back upstairs. Wait, what? Where's the scan at?
Where's she
There
going?
you go.
There's a
over here,
lot of
over here.
them.
Oh shit.
It's going all the way up to the stairs. What the?
Where are the damn stairs?
Over here. You can use the ladder too.
Okay, hold on. I think I found it. No, I did not find the ladder.
We got it. Is that it? Is there more?
Okay,
More
got
scan.
it.
More scan.
Hi, Aria.
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 Ariana,
Yahoo!
welcome
Scanning.
in.
Okay,
Wait,
we're good.
Oh. That turret's just continuously shooting. Oh, I didn't even realize.
Are you a pro GTFO player?
I'm getting this one right here. Oh wait, who's
I'm
shooting?
getting this one.
I don't know. I'm just crouching up and down. Wait, there's more. There's more in the back.
Other.
Oh, what?
In the back.
Oh, there's
there's
more
one.
scans?
Naruto running.
Yeah. This is a class 3, so there's a lot. That's the last one.
There we go.
Nice. I believe in you.
Used to
You guys
be
are
We did it?
nine more.
I believe.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Scan in the front. I think there's still a lot of enemies. Okay.
Ow! Shit.
Oh, you
Oh
ran
my
in front
god,
of me.
I got touched. Please leave me alone.
Ow.
Ow.
There's a lot of
Ow,
them.
fuck.
You're being surrounded. Alty's not talking.
I think I'm
I'm
weak.
down. I'm down. No.
I'm
Y'all
about to
got
die.
this, right? No,
I'm going down the
you're
stairs.
not. Run away. Y'all got this.
Remember me.
Remember my toothpicks?
Yeah.
I have no ammo. I was healing.
I
It's
wish
fine.
I could shoot my pistol.
I have an ammo
If I
pack
had a
on
Ninja,
me.
cover me. I'm gonna get the reses.
Yeah, I have one.
I got the last guy. Wait, you got it.
You want ammo, ulti? I got you.
Wait, there's still one guy left? No, is there?
Is there? Hang on, I'm scanning.
Yeah, there's 2 up here.
There you go.
I'm gonna rush into them.
Oh, bitch. Oh, I was close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. I ran out of bullets.
Celeste, get him!
Oh yeah.
Get him, Celeste!
Kick his ass.
Yeah.
I'm
Nice.
so proud of everyone. Oh my god, I'm so proud
Thank
of
you for the hydrate.
I'm so
Yeah.
proud.
2 HP in a dream.
2 HP in a dream. I'm about to make it. come true. Come here.
Wait for her to load back up to 20%.
Stand still. Celeste, you better stand still. Where you at? Alright, come here, Yuki. I'm gonna kill you instead.
Damn, it's for you. Did you get your turret back?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Thank you.
I didn't get healed at all.
Thank you for the taco freebie.
Wait, how did you not get healed? I used it on you.
I
Did I use it on myself?
Alti, you used it on yourself. If you're pressing E, you have to look at. You have to make sure you're healing them.
So greedy.
I did it. I was healing you.
I thought.
Thank you for
oh,
the
I think
taco.
you healed me twice because I'm at 60% now.
Oh.
So greedy. I see how it is.
Do you have any plans for the weekend?
Lights off,
Creamy?
lights off, lights off, lights off.
Lights on?
There's a
Lights
lot of
on?
sleepers.
I see
Lights off, lights on.
It's just one guy.
Yeah, slapper. I
Oh.
love it.
Close right.
Two more in front, two more in front.
I wish
Eat
we had
this.
bow and arrows. That'd be really cool.
True. and
That would
then
be
quiet.
too OP. That's why they didn't
Down
install
this
that in the
hallway.
game.
Down this hallway. A lot of them down this hallway.
I think this is just, you know, governmental survivor game, like Hunger Games.
I mean, yeah. Wait, a box here.
They're like, we don't know what to do with these people.
Oh my god, there's nothing in here. Oh, they heard you, Celeste was running. Oh,
It
you
was
guys
not
woke.
me, They looked at all team.
It was me. I fucked up. I fucked up. I'm so sorry. It was me. I am the problem.
You're never the problem.
Mostly work. No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
hope
right,
work
bitch.
goes well and quick.
Through this hole, there's a lot of them. There's a
Oh,
lot of them.
Ooh,
my bad.
hole.
Celeste? Celeste?
Celeste is like, nah, fuck it. I'm not just gonna go.
Oh,
And
there's
she's
only
just like,
one
oh,
left.
let's
They're all
go.
awake, they're all awake, they're all awake, they're all awake.
Don't shoot. Whatever you do, do not shoot.
They're
Oh,
all
there's a
awake.
lot of them.
They're all awake.
There's a lot of crouch goblins. Oh god.
I'm so
They're
ready
all
to
awake. What do you mean
shoot.
do not shoot?
Alright, you can shoot. You can shoot. You can shoot. I was about to say, because there was 4 guys in front of me, and I wanted to take them out before they started attacking me. I have no bullets, so I'm just gonna watch.
Damn,
You
they
guys
really
got
are
this.
Little crotch goblins.
They really are. They just kind of they run at you crotch first.
Yeah, they're ready. What's in
They
there?
were ready? That's crazy.
They're ready.
That's what I said when I said at the beginning, and everyone was like crickets, and I'm like, trust me, I said it for a reason.
Level Celeste Junction? Yes. I mean, it's easier that way, so you can see
I was
everybody.
thinking about putting everybody in the corners. Oh, what just happened?
Usually,
Nothing,
when
don't
there's
worry
not a
about it.
lot, I usually
There's
just
a
do the corner thing. Yeah.
22 Delta over here.
Wait, what zone are we in?
A lot of sleepers. A lot of sleepers. Oh my.
This
Celeste,
door
there's
down
so many
here
sleepers in here.
Oh.
Is Zulu 22 Delta.
Maybe I can ping the thing now. Ping. What's the black
So
key?
many sleepers in here, Celeste.
What's the number?
Sounds like a party.
The door to the right of us is.
No, the key, the
C.
key.
Oh, I don't know.
And it says on the top left of the screen.
Oh,
Black key something.
black key 4 underscore black or underscore key underscore
Oh
black
no,
underscore
Uh-oh.
471.
Get 'em.
Wait.
471.
Wait.
471.
Get him.
Okay.
Celeste.
Do you want the other key for the gray?
No, we just need the 22. Alright, I pinged it. Where's it at? Where are we shooting? It's at?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, it's over there. I'm gonna go get it.
Everything's fine.
Okie dokie pokey.
Everything's under control.
Alright, you
Everything
guys
is
got this.
under
I'll go get the
control.
key.
Yeah,
That's right.
everything. See, everything's under control.
Nothing
Let's
happened.
see.
Nothing
Nothing
happened.
happened.
I saw it, but I ain't gonna call it out. Oh look, ammo.
I need it.
If
Can I
there's
drop
more
this extra
ammo.
flashlight? This extra
like nothing.
flashlight is annoying.
Yeah, you have to get like a glow stick
Oh
or a lock
no,
melter.
ulti.
Oh shit. They're banging on the door.
Oh my.
Oh, there's a
Oh my
big
God.
guy, big guy, big guy.
Where? Let me shoot the big guy.
Place that
There's
sentry down. Place that sentry down.
there's some small guys behind me. Help! There's small guys fall behind me. Where'd the big guy at?
I'm
I
out.
only got 9 shots left.
I got the big guy. Why did we keep attacking them? What's happening here?
Why are you shooting the
Alright,
wall,
I'm
dog?
out.
Let me.
I am out of ammo.
Give me a second. I'm hacking. Let me hack real quick. Playing DVD. There we go. Alright, generator down.
I tried.
I got some glow sticks. Who wants some glow sticks?
Thank you.
got you.
Thank you, my lady.
got
I
you.
appreciate
There we
you.
go,
I can't wait to see those feet pics.
Hey yo.
That's been our bit. That's been our. That's how we've been. Who hit me?
What?
Thank you. I feel vindicated. The head went pop like a weasel.
Thank you.
Why did we keep shooting? What happened, guys?
Nothing happened.
Nothing.
Life,
happened.
liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
How do I drop this flashlight? It
You
all
have to
smells
find
good.
glow sticks
Wait,
over
what
there,
happened?
Ulti.
Nothing
Over there, over there, over there.
Where?
Over there, Ulti. Back here.
Oh.
Over here. Wait, what the hell? Where
There
am
we
I?
go.
Oh my god, a health
What?
pack. I can heal myself.
I'm over here. Yes, Jen.
Oh, right here.
Oh,
Grab
I
the
have a
glow
great
sticks in
key
there.
card.
Nice. That's for zone 20.
Yup.
I'll take the
Yup, yup,
flashlight.
yup. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the heal. Much appreciated, my lady.
Of course.
We need some ammo. The other keycard's down here somewhere where I'm going.
Yes, I know, puppy. We'll get there soon.
Trying to speedrun to find this keycard over here. I need to smack this.
We'll go to the mall soon, puppy.
Oh, look, there's a dead person. It's just a regular dead person. That's crazy.
I found ammo. Who wants ammo?
I am.
I would
low,
like
but-
ammo.
I would like ammo. I have no.
I am
Somebody
Well,
else
there's
0 burst.
there's only one ammo pack. You got
just-
a rock, paper, scissor.
Rock,
I bequeath it. I
paper-
bequeath it. Give it to
You have
Celeste.
a what?
I bequeath it. I bequeath it to you.
Bequeath it. Yes.
What's a
Yeah.
queefit? Queefing?
She means
That's
she
a-
gives it to you. She bestows it onto
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
It's just an
Oh.
old-fashioned, old
Old
fancy way of
fashioned?
saying
Well,
I give it to
I
you.
just hear queefing.
Queefing. Hey yo.
Yeah, I queef it. I queef it. I was like queefing.
Queef! The queef! With the
Alright, I gave it
bees,
to you,
the
Yuki.
birds and the bees.
You got ammo.
What, Nani? Oh, sure. Thanks, sorry, I was drinking my soda. I was like, oh god.
Welcome back, Jay. How you
Over
doing?
here. Queef so strong the ammo went to
Yeah,
you.
that was a great time
Nothing's
to walk
there,
in.
We've already been in there.
Yeah, we're going back. I got the keycard.
Oh, nice.
I'm
Okay.
lost. Hold on, I'm gonna find my way out. The
Yuki, you're
road
going the wrong
again.
way.
We'll wait for you.
I know, I'm
Yuki.
lost.
But we're over here on this side.
Oh, stairs. never
How's it
mind.
going? We're doing good.
Wait.
To enjoy
Wait,
your
I found
Halloween. Yeah, go up the stairs to the left.
To the left.
What are you?
Yes.
Oh, never mind. I found the other left stairs. I went down the short left stairs.
Oh,
Just like
Alright.
the bus I used
There
to
we go.
ride.
all good.
The short bus.
Yup.
Alright, now... Hopefully there's not a lot. You stayed home? No worries. I also stayed at home. And which way
What about
is
Taco Bell?
the... We don't need to go to Zone 23.
There's a... Do we go through here? There's an alarm here.
No. We're trying to go back to Zone 22 where we already were. 21.
Oh, okay, so I'm just gonna follow you.
I'm lost. Oh, it's this way.
Oh,
Oh,
leader
the
is
laser-
lost.
Creepy's the
No,
best.
I'm not the leader, I'm just walking here.
Creevy is.
Previous
Leader.
leader.
Yeah. The best cat girl cult member.
Oh, what movies did you
yo.
watch? Everybody with me? Where's everybody?
I am with
Nani?
you.
I'm behind you. I'm watching the back end. I found
Alright.
the skid
Alright, sounds
steer.
good.
I want that.
Throwing it back.
Here we go. How many
Throw me
enemies,
ones,
Ulti?
throw me ones.
Lights out, lights out, lights out. A lot of sleepers.
A lot. And there's a class 4 alarm. Perfect. Let's not do this right now. Hold
Oh my gosh.
on. We have Celeste with no ammo. Ulti about to run out. I have 18%.
No ammo and no sentry ammo.
What about
I
this
just
door over
have a
here? Can we go here?
flashlight.
Someone has the key for this, right?
I need a great
But,
key card here.
I have a great key card. Yeah.
Yep.
I have a
No, I
great key
have-
card.
I
Is
said
there an
no,
alarm
right?
after you put it in?
There. Whoa.
Another
Right,
class
turn off the lights.
4.
There's a
Cool.
lot of stuff in here. There's a lot of stuff in here. There's a lot of sleepers.
I have the
Where's
green key.
Zone 19?
We're on
Weren't we just
17.
by door?
Yeah, door 19. We're trying to get resources.
Wait, weren't we just at door 19 though?
That's a good idea. Yeah, we were all the way up there. Yeah, there's probably resources up there. Y'all want to head back there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go back.
Yeah, because we need.
Yeah.
We have no anything. JJK 0 and then second stream later on. Ooh, nice. You excited for the JJK movie next month?
You fat butt.
Yeah, so let's ask the green key card. Where was the zone 19? All the doors are open, so I don't know which ways.
It was like literally back. Like we gotta go back over here.
I
Okay.
saw the Chainsaw
Like
Man
18?
movie.
18's
It was
right
great.
here.
Yeah, I still haven't
Yeah,
seen
it was
that
like
either.
18 to 19.
This is 23.
This is 19 right here.
19 should be where we were originally.
No, not that door.
Ellie, wait a
It's like
minute.
another door around here.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see the Chainsaw movie too. I've heard it's pretty good. Is it that door? Or... Yeah, let's go back into that thing over there. I don't see any doors though, unless we missed it.
We were literally right in front of it a little
One
while ago.
second, guys. We are being.
Yeah.
No,
take
we're
your
no
time.
rush. We're still trying to find
Okay, so
the
that's-
door. Yeah, if we do that class 4 alarm, we're gonna die. Over here maybe. That's a dead end. Perfect.
Where are you going with a dead end?
This is zone
Is
22.
that a resource right there? Oh, we missed that locker right there. Is this a resource room right here?
Where?
It's back in the entrance.
If you want to check, because
Okay.
yeah,
Alright, I'm
Do
gonna
you
go
guys-
back and check.
I'm back.
come
Okay,
back.
okay.
We're just running around trying to find resources right now. I just heard like a monster.
Ow!
Hello? Is there
Should've
enemies?
used the ladder.
Oh, I thought there was enemies.
I fell.
We might have to
Just try it and die.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, well, if Alti doesn't find anything there, I'll wait by the thing. I don't see the door here, and all the lockers here are open with nothing inside. Alright, I'm gonna wait by Celeste, guys. Let's just try it. I mean, I do
Oh,
have...
Zone 19's right here. I found it.
Oh! Celeste needs to go over there.
We need a green key card.
Yeah, Celeste has it. We're going downstairs.
Where,
The ladder? The ladder.
down.
Where's Yuki?
I'm coming.
Oh, thank you for
All
the
the way back at the
hydrate.
entrance. All the way back at the entrance.
Who just took
You
damage.
didn't hear that?
Take the
You didn't hear
ladder.
it?
Take the ladder. Don't do what I did.
No, I did, but I thought I was close enough to jump, and it said no.
Yeah, you said it in the radio that you got hurt. It's pretty
Oh
good
my God.
feature.
Yep.
I found a lock melter.
Nice.
Yeah, that replaces the
Watch
long range flashlight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm holding the thing now. I gave him glow sticks.
Okay, which
Where's it at?
door is
Right here,
that?
right here. All right,
Right here.
please don't have a class 15 alarm or something.
There's a sleeper. Only one right in front of us.
This is a
Class
class 2.
One in the-
This is
further in the
this.
back.
Oh,
Where?
perfect.
Oh, we'll just do this one. This is class 2. We all here?
Yep.
We can
Alright.
save
Right
ammo.
behind you.
There.
Well, this should be like just one wave. We just gotta finish this scan
I do
quickly.
not like to
Behind
hear
us. They're
that.
coming behind us from spawn. That direction.
I have 8 shots.
I'm
of
ready
my
to scan.
shotgun, guys.
Come on, scan.
There's a scan at the front. Ulti, go back.
Oh, shoot.
Oh.
Where are the enemies?
Over here. Over here.
Alright, it's done.
It's
Just click.
unlocked.
Let's clear them out. Dang, that head tunk or something. I don't actually know what it is. It's just their head expanding or
Don't touch
something.
me, lady.
Stop! Don't touch me there!
Don't touch me in my no-no square.
This is my no-no
Oh,
square.
I'm down. They spat on me. Yuki, I see you.
Ah, hi. I
Wait, you
don't
guys
see
are both
I'm
down.
dead. I am withering away.
How did you shoot me?
What?
Bitch.
Shot who?
That thing I was hiding behind
Careful,
cover
careful.
and she's ah!
Yeah, she bent her bullet. I'm just gonna run at him. Come here. Come here.
Two more, two more. Nice.
We did it!
Good job.
Alright, well, anything close? I'm
Alright, a
opening
lot
it.
more. Alright, let's conserve in here.
I don't
Lights
have
off.
anything to conserve anymore. I'm 0, 0, 0,
Right
0.
in front of us. To the right.
I don't see them.
Right in front of you, Celeste. I don't know where he's at.
That's a big,
Oh my
that's a big person!
Smack him! Smack him!
I
So,
slapped him in
about
the
to say,
ass.
if we're already smacking him,
Yes.
turn your light on so we can see. Oh, she's stuck in the wall. There you go.
Hell yeah. Clipping. Oh yeah,
Alright.
Ben. Get Ben.
Celeste,
Get
what are you
Ben.
doing to that? Hey, yo, he twerking!
Behind us, guys.
Oh, it's another big one.
Yeah, they're,
The three.
I need to shoot the big guy up. Okay, let's go. Let's hide around this corner.
I'm like trying to draw him out, but it's not.
All right, I got the big guy. Just bum rush the other two.
Rush up.
Rush him.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll turn the light on so you guys can see. Is there any more enemies?
Hit the wall. There's one more. Oh, I thought there was one more. No,
That was the last one.
Yay.
All right, let's get some loot.
One more right above us. He's sleeping.
What?
More glow sticks.
Perfect. That's what I want to see in a locker, not ammo.
They're through this door, actually.
Right.
Through this
A lot of glow sticks. I can't take any more glow sticks. I have 12.
Waddle, waddle. And he waddled away.
Hey.
Got it.
Yeah,
door. You don't see the
Glow
ones
stick?
that was like glitching out against the wall? He's twerking.
Yeah, he was twerking in front of Celeste.
Yeah. he
Hell
was-
yeah.
Yeah, he's throwing it back.
Is there just no ammo in this room? We just got glow sticks.
No, there is a door
is
that
glow
we
stick.
could have opened, right?
Oh,
This one?
okay. How many
Right
enemies are
right
here?
They're sleepers.
How many eepers?
So, two to the left, one to the right.
Those are big boss, big boss, big boss, big boss.
Okay, one of you take.
Right behind you.
I'm
Where?
taking the little one
Where?
on the left. Yeah,
Hold on.
next to the big boss.
Yeah, no. Yeah, take him out.
You ready to shoot them?
Jojo, I'm gonna need your help to get this big one.
Yeah, no, we're just gonna spear this big one. Just spear her. She's not a melee character. She's a ranged one, so we can literally just bully her. Yeah,
I'm really
Slap her in the ass.
yeah, I'm getting her. Yep. Perfect.
Yeah, we're good, we're good. We're good.
Locker.
Locker,
Please be
give us
nice.
ammo. What is this? What is this RNG? What's happening? I think they just want us to
There's
lose,
some more
guys.
sleepers. There's some more sleepers though. Celeste,
That's a big one. How many? How many?
they're waking up. They're waking up. They're waking up.
Yeah, I'm shooting the big lady.
Inception is breaking.
I missed the first time.
They're waking up.
There's another big one. Kill the small fry. I got the big one.
There's another
Oh,
big one. There's another
big one to our left.
See, Yonic, it is time. You know what time it is.
That's right. You call me your mommy. Oh yeah.
What? Alright, just spear her. How you doing? How'd your Friday go?
Ooh.
Get.
She's still alive, yes.
Ma'am,
Just keep.
why are you
I'm still
so
smacking her. I'm snail macking her. There you go.
There we go. All right. She's got.
We're
Ammo pack.
redeemed.
Ammo. How many? How many?
2.
Okay, you guys can take that. I still have a sniper. I'll just chill in the
Some
back
last
and.
magazines, but I'm good. Thank you. There's one sleeper in here. There's one sleeper in here.
That's another big one.
There's two. There's two.
Alright,
I think
let's
they're
get another
below us.
ammo pack right here.
There's four.
That's a tool
refill.
rekit.
Five.
You guys should probably.
I'll take
They're
one.
down. They're down.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
down.
they're down.
Who
you
wants
give me one?
tool refill?
I can put like 2
Oh,
mines
I need
down.
one.
Wow.
Oh. Sarah,
Yeah, I
thanks
need-
for the follow. For the
I
goo, do we prefer goo or mines?
Well, the ghoul
Yeah,
will
what do you
slow
want?
them down.
Who are mines?
Okay, goo.
Ah, yeah. I'm ready to
Yeah.
go. I'm ready to go.
Yeah,
Sarah,
we'll probably
thanks
save
for the
ammo.
follow, welcome in.
Let's.
Follow for
And
the
they're all
goo.
oh my, there's so many.
I got more
in here.
ammo. Ammo. I got 5.
Oh!
Come here. Where are you guys?
Oh, Jojo.
jackpot.
Come here.
Wow, that's
I got
hard.
ammo for everybody.
Oh,
Up here under. There you go.
Janjo.
There you go. Where's Altia? Come here.
I can go rat-ta-ta-ta-ta now.
We're gonna use all the ammo when we go to that class 4 alarm.
Yup.
Altia, where you at?
There's some
I
enemies
love
in here.
Mixing it with my milk in the
Hello.
morning.
Do we want to
so
kill them
delicious.
or do we just want to go back?
We want to kill him.
Alright,
Well,
let's get them.
Can we go back?
Bloodlust.
I mean, yeah, we have to
Bloodlust.
do the actual mission. We're just here to try and get
Hang on, hang on.
Oh,
resources.
there's two big bosses there.
They're all
down
sleeping.
Where?
They're all sleeping.
How many?
They're below. They're below.
I mean, I see more chests open, so.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, he's throwing it back.
Do you have
That
who
was
has
close.
the glow sticks? Can you throw it at the big
One's
guys?
awake. They're all awake. They're all awake.
Why? Where's the big ones? I can't see this guy. Hold on. I need him to shoot at me. There you go. Alright, 2 big guys down. Is there another one?
Last one.
There's I'm flashlighting her. She's down there.
Scanning.
She's
Yeah, that's just
down
the
there.
last one right there.
I don't want to shoot her. I don't want to use my bullets.
Smack them.
Rush. I'm bum rushing.
Yeah, get her.
Come
Get
here.
her. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's hot. Woohoo! Let's go.
This
Oh,
place
no,
is
I don't like that.
huge.
It's good.
I'm not
There's-
hitting you. I promise.
Oh, there's another one over there.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, tool. Jan, we got tool refill.
Oh.
4 uses.
Nice. I'll take 2. And how much do you have? You can use one on your sentry too for yourself, and then maybe Yuki for another launcher. Perfect.
There we go. More goo. We spread the love around.
We goo it up.
We go it up.
I don't
Need to
see any more.
go.
Do you see any more resources up there, LT?
Got
Extra
another
health
lock.
pack.
We should probably
It's
hold
got
out
5
a little
uses.
bit.
It's got 5 uses.
The
Oh,
RNG
nice.
gods
Okay,
are
we
blessing
need to
us.
use that because if we go down when we're doing the class 4, it'll be hard for the 3. So just give me 1 and then you guys can spread the rest of them. Because I'll probably just chill in the back with my sniper. Actually, I'm just gonna chill in the back with my sniper, so don't give me 1. You guys can spread the 5 out.
Yummy. Thank you.
Any more lockers?
Oh, my tracking is gone. What?
Oh.
Okay. It's good now.
No more track.
Yum yum yum. Thank you, thank you.
Was that it? Everything?
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I fucked up. I accidentally. I gave myself 1. Extra.
Yeah, it's
That's
okay.
good. That's fine. Yeah.
That's what we wanted.
You
It's fine.
deserve it because you're such a sweetheart.
Nah. I'm a canon.
Call me a
Don't worry
liar by
about it.
saying nah.
Dang,
I'm
Alti's a
cannon
liar.
fodder. It's all good. Nah,
What?
nah. I'm just
No.
cannon fodder.
She has to live through this now. She has to live through
Emergency
this.
food.
I'm kind of hungry.
I'm a pylon.
Emergency food.
How's the way back? This way, right?
We
I
go
have
back
no
this
clue.
way.
And do a class 4
Then
alarm.
This way.
Alright, since
Which
both
one?
ways are open. Well, we have to open the one in the middle here, but since both doors are open, I don't know which way they're gonna come from, so we could set it up either way. Let's set it up this way. Oh. Let's do this door.
You closing? Okay.
Yeah, there was a thing in the way. Oh, oops. My bad. Perfect. Okay, and
There
then
we go.
that should be fine. Let's put some stuff in the back here, because they can also come from this way. I don't know which way they're gonna come from. I'm guessing they're gonna come from that way. Because they usually go from 2 doors away, but they can also come from this side. I just want to be prepared. Just start doing the ground. Down here.
Watch out, I'm about to splooge.
It's okay. Oh,
Yo, getting all messy with that.
There we go.
I can't stop myself.
And no, not November. That's
I'm
crazy.
out. I'm out.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
I'm out.
Hey,
Alright,
she
let's...
You blew
Let's-
your load.
I did.
Oh, there are 2 class 4 alarms. Okay.
Well, we only need to go to this.
Okay, we'll do this. one.
I'll give
Reload your guns. Reload your guns. Make sure they're loaded.
Celeste the last ammo pack, so you can keep shooting.
Alright, I'm gonna
Thank you,
track with the
thank
bio
you.
right now. Are we all good?
Yeah, just hold on to your like
Wait, the
sentries.
sentry,
Yeah.
sentry.
No, hold
I'm
on to it because we
pulling
don't
up
know
so
where they're where they're
Yeah,
gonna
Yeah,
come
know
from.
which
okay.
side.
I'll look around. I'll look around.
Well, we all have to be
I'm gonna
standing
start
here.
it. Ready?
Yuki,
Stand in the circle fast.
crouch,
Where
crouch.
do I get in the
Crouch,
circle?
crouch. Ulti, crouch. Spam
You have
it,
to spam
it.
crouch.
No, you gotta spam it. Spam
They're coming from the right
crouch,
side, right side,
crouch.
right side. Check your sentry for the right.
Hang on, I'm looking.
No, I heard them. They're coming from that way. Why is it back here? Are they coming? Wait, what?
I'm looking.
Yeah, they're coming this way.
Yeah, they're right here. They're right here.
Alright, there should be like one more scan after 2 more scans.
Is it 4? Yeah, it's 4.
Yeah. So 2 more
Wait, where's
scans.
it going?
It's
Oh,
going
it's
pretty
going
far.
down
It's gonna go in here. Yeah, usually it goes to the other door.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Did you scan them?
You got this, Ulti.
Alright, scan complete. Let's just chill. I'm waiting for the big guys to show up. I think that's it, maybe? Yeah, just whack that guy. Any more?
That it? Well, we can do the
Scanning,
other one
scanning.
easy.
Yeah, we're
Dang,
good.
we're
Nice.
so good.
Yeah, I think that foam on the ground's good. How many enemies behind this door?
We got 4 sleepers.
Hey,
Nice.
that's not bad.
I think the longest run I've had in this game was like 2 hours and 40 minutes. It was
2 are
this
right next to
mission.
each other.
I'm gonna
Careful,
sink
careful.
him. Wait, is there enemy behind us? Behind us. Wait, there's enemies still behind us.
They're awake. They're awake.
Yes, there was guys behind us. That's why. I'm coming. There's scan. There's like 4 of them coming. There were stragglers and oh, they were probably stuck in the foam.
We're stragglers.
Fine, I got them all here.
Okay, we need
Yeah,
to. Oh,
I am pro gamer. Yeah.
someone pinged the HSU 389. Yeah, go ahead.
Health pack. 3 uses.
Hey, you got it, Yuki.
Ulti, Yuki, and Jan, they all get 1.
Yuki,
Yes.
go use it.
I don't know how to use it.
You're just typing. I'll lead you.
Ulti, and
Ay, this is the worst
Where?
decision you could have ever made.
That's fine. Just type in
Alright,
ping
let's go.
Did you use it?
space bar
I didn't get healed.
what?
HSU
You use it on yourself?
No, I didn't. 'cause
Underscore.
I had 50 health earlier. I guess
389.
I'll have it. That's weird. Did I have lower? Than
389.
Say no item found within it. 389. Okay.
You just press up on the D-pad. Oh,
How many behind this door, Ulti?
and then erase the last one. There you go. 389. There you go.
Okay. Okay. There we go.
got-
Oh, that's cool.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wait.
Where's the ping?
1, 2,
It's
3,
through this door. Okay,
6, 10.
we got it, Yuki. The ping
Zone
was.
21, area C.
Why would you do that?
How many enemies are here?
10. 10.
I'm just gonna run to where the thing is. I'm not run, but you know, like
Okay. Good
just
luck.
silently
have
go.
fun.
You guys just stay here, or you silently kill them, and I'll.
Janda, you're waking one up. You're waking one up. Janda.
It's fine. It's fine. I didn't wake that one up.
There's one awake. Celeste. That one's awake.
They're all awake, guys.
Oh,
Nope, they're all awake. It's fine. This is fine.
not today, crotch lady.
Yeah, the crouch like people are very hard
Stupid
to
crotch
hit.
ladies. Why?
They're ignoring me. They're attacking you
With
guys.
this.
Well, this is supposed to be a hard game, so. Genius, actually.
Oh, I'm just saying, who decided to put zombie infected ladies on?
I think that we did pretty good, guys. We still
Yeah,
got more.
Mo-
but-
mo- mo-
most of them are ranged, so they're easy to take care of. Is it through another door? I think it's through the next door.
I got him.
Alright, is there a terminal in here?
Noise.
I'm gonna ping it again. Let me know if you guys see where it is.
Looking for it.
Well, I haven't pinged it yet. Okay, we typed the whole thing.
I don't see anything.
I'm pinging you right now.
Oh, I can hack this lock.
Oh, never mind. Like,
Do you need
there
refill?
you go.
Maybe, yeah.
Wait,
Yes.
what? Oh. Wait, not.
Okay,
Thank you.
Alright, it's pinging, it's pinging.
De nada.
Where?
It should be east. You guys see
Okay.
it?
Yeah.
Yep,
Is it through the next door?
yep.
I got
Okay.
this door right here.
Yeah, that's what we have to go through. How many enemies?
One's awake right there.
One's awake?
Yes, I pinged him.
Oh, so, how many
It's a
other
tentacle
enemies?
guy, right?
There's one to the left. There's one immediately to the left.
There's... Oh. Can you throw your glow sticks?
I don't have glow sticks.
And any
Yeah, one
glowers? Oh, stop moving.
Sleepers.
You throwing glow sticks, don't
We
wake them
don't
up.
have to fight them.
Hold on, I'm gonna wait for that guy to finish. There you go.
Nice. That sleeper's the only one in here.
This one?
Sleeper's the only one in here. Get him, Genjo. Get him.
What?
Get him.
He didn't die.
Genjo.
I thought I got her.
Stay
Genjo.
focused.
He keeps
Genjo,
moving.
need help.
He keeps moving.
He's like, fuck it!
Tentacle guy! Tentacle guy!
Nope.
Tentacle guy!
They're all
I-
awake. They're all awake. They're all
I
awake.
shot him. You might as well shoot, Celeste. There's a few of them. Or you can keep dodging, actually. I'm gonna find the... Trying to find the box where the keypad is. Why is there just no keypad anymore? Is it that one? Excuse me, sir.
Crouch grabber!
It was like close to the wall. Where is it?
Nice.
There's glow
Very
sticks here.
nice.
Very nice, very nice.
Why are we just getting filled with glow sticks?
Very
I don't
nice,
know.
very nice. Very
Oh, here it is.
nice.
That's an artifact. Never mind.
I got
Yippee,
ammo
artifact.
pack.
Nice.
Ammo pack. 2 uses. Who needs ammo?
I don't need it. I'm gonna go back to the terminal and ping.
Ah.
So Yuki
I'm
and
not
Ulti? Yeah, Ulti, you need some.
Where the hell am I?
Oh wow, I found a long-range flashlight. Oh, it replaced my glow sticks.
Yeah, keep the
Yeah.
glow sticks.
Oh, you're about? Ulti still has less than you, Yuki, so I'll just give it all to Ulti. There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Easy peasy, works for me. But there is a long-range flashlight right there.
I
nobody
got
else has
one.
anything.
Should be fine.
I got one. Alright, I'm about to ping it in like 10 seconds.
Okay.
Here we go. Pinging.
Genjo's all the way back there.
Yeah, this is the
Back.
closest terminal. Did y'all find it?
Right here.
Yep, we found it. Wait, don't we have to run
Excellent.
back? I don't. Oh, wait. Everybody
Proceed and
Okay.
collect.
Celeste's B.
I am across the map.
C.
D! Come here, D!
I'm not-
Wait, I'm here!
I'm
Wait,
not
am I
D,
D
that's
then?
just saying that
No, you're
we're
C,
missing the
you're
fourth
C.
one.
D!
You're C this time, because it goes in order. Now Genjo's
Crouch,
D.
spam
I
crouch,
am
spam
D
crouch,
now.
spam C, C, C. Crouch, I don't know, control for you guys. Mine C.
Is that all? I'm gonna start running back. Alright.
Yay.
Run.
Run!
I don't hear
know where to
anything.
go.
Follow
Never
Jam,
mind.
follow
Sh-
Jam,
I hear.
I hear
follow
screaming!
Jam.
Oh, that's
there's a lot of screaming.
that's a louder horde, so there's gonna be a big horde up ahead.
Yes. We must prepare ourselves.
This way to the right. And then left. You scan
Tagged
them,
him.
Multi?
I don't know who I
Nice.
tagged.
There's more probably,
Nothing
because you
near
could
us?
miss
Nothing
tag.
near us? Oh, they got a long way.
Yeah, that way, just
Where'd
where,
you-
where they're
where'd
coming
you-
from, where they're coming from. Oh wait, they're gonna get blown up from my mines. Nice. We killed like a few of them.
Yippee!
Any more scanning?
Yeah, we're good. Keep going, keep going.
Yippee!
We're going to
138
the
meters.
ping, right? We're going to the
Yeah,
ping.
yeah, yeah.
138
That's
meters.
that's the
Extraction
8.
point.
Okay.
I'm
110
slowing down because
meters,
I'm
110 meters,
running out of breath.
98 meters.
We're clear. We're good.
70
Nice. I
meters.
guess I did put 2 mines there, so I guess that cleared everything out.
To the right.
Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't. It's a
No,
good thing
no.
I didn't take
Nope.
those mines out.
30 meters.
Ugh. My pulse
Yeah,
is.
we're clear. There's nothing here.
Yeah, I think we just cleared the initial wave. But we did it!
Mines did it.
We did it. Now I can go to bed.
They're just going really slow.
Yeah, because
Just in case I'm putting
it's
that
a
down.
warden expedition. Like it's supposed to be a hard one,
Wait,
so
wait,
you have to
I
extract.
think something. I
There
think
is
something.
some-
Yeah, they're coming. They're coming.
Oh, wait. They're coming.
It's not done yet. Do you see a big guy? Let me know. I got like 5 bullets left, so I won't be shooting
I'm
those.
watching the door right now.
We almost have it. We almost have it.
Yep,
we
yep,
almost
yep.
have it.
I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Perfect.
Nice.
Oh, that one only took an hour.
Mental status unknown. Haha, Jen and Yuki are unstable.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's.
I mean, at least I know my
Yeah.
mental status.
Yeah, that's me.
I was like, that's my baseline.
That's me, RL.
That was a clean run.
5 said.
I
You said
got-
what?
I got some steroids.
Nice.
Roids. Oh no, not the Roid Ranger.
Hey, was that R1C1? Oh, that was the officer one. No wonder it was different.
Are we good for another one?
No, that is.
Celeste gotta walk the dog.
Okay.
Yes,
Sounds good.
apologies.
Aw,
Are y'all
it's okay.
playing more?
No worries. I have to wake up in 3 hours.
Ooh, you need to go eat.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
eat. Alright, that's gonna be
Go eat,
it.
bee.
Yeah, already. Thank you guys
I'm
for
gonna-
playing.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
really
thank
fun,
you for
guys.
joining. Yes,
We
yes,
got-
Thank
Yeah.
you.
We actually
I'm gonna see if I can
got
get my
through
Twitch
pretty
to work
well.
and
Let me
restream
see if
again.
I can. Are you
Yes,
streaming
yes.
again?
Yeah, because the forest isn't as bad, so I'm gonna try to get the forest running.
I
but it's
guess
gonna
we
take
know
me a
who
minute
we're
or
raiding,
two.
guys.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's gonna be a few. It's gonna be a few.
We'll
Start right
wait.
now.
We'll
Yes,
wait.
thank
We'll
you for
raid.
joining,
I can't even
everyone.
get
This
Twitch.
was a lot of fun.
Okay,
A
here
lot of
I'm gonna
stuff,
fix
but
myself.
a lot of fun.
Thank you guys for stopping by.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, can I get us all in a quick screenshot on VTube Studio while we have all our models here?
Yeah,
I
I
do that?
don't have my emo one. I'm so sad.
You're too thick.
I'll
You're too
try
thick.
to
I'm
sleep.
too thick.
If I don't sleep, I'll probably just stay up. But I am also hungry, so I don't know. I don't even know if I can sleep.
I'm too
Oh.
thick.
Yeah, give us less thickness with your new model, so you can join us. I keep rotating myself on accident. There we go.
Okay, everybody, get ready to smile. I'm gonna take a screenshot here. How to take a screenshot? Where's the button for it?
Oh, I had it in perfect, but y'all left the game. They left the
I don't see
game.
Yuki smiling.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, there it is. All right, ready?
They
Everybody,
left
look.
the game.
3, 2, 1, smile.
The smile is just my mouth open.
I'm saving it.
The mouth
Yes,
open?
thank you. I got your mouth open. Yes.
I was trying to match it with like the people we're playing, but y'all left.
But thank you for joining, everyone. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It was
Yes.
a lot of fun. Yes.
Now we raid out to Yuki.
Yep. I'm waiting.
Yeah, we're gonna raid out
For
to
them to
Yuki.
go
That's
live.
right.
Waiting for Yuki to be live. I need
Live-
Yuki's
live right
Twitch
now.
tag real quick. Oh, I guess I should
Oh,
open
it's
this
in
one.
my title.
It's in the. It's in the message screen.
Mm-hmm.
Guess she went to bed.
She did go to sleep. All right, my turn to go to sleep. It's my turn.
Me too.
My turn too.
I went to bed.
You change clothes.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah, you went to bed. You don't change clothes when you go to bed.
No.
Yeah, I usually
No?
sleep in my soccer uniform.
I took another screenshot. We're all sleeping. It's all so cute. This game was a lot of fun, though. This game was very fun.
Yep, and it only gets worse
Y'all don't
from
change
here.
clothes when you go to bed, bro.
Celeste woke up.
See?
Yuki woke up. What was that toggle? Wait, what was that toggle?
It's my swimsuit. No.
All I saw were overalls on.
Thank you
Yeah,
for the
'cause
bump.
I can remove the shirt and keep the overalls on, or wear
Keep the
shirt
overalls
and the
on.
overalls.
Yes, thank you for being here, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Do I have to eat you for no?
I saw that too.
Yes, thank you for stopping by.
Yes, thank you everybody for stopping by.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is a lot of fun. I wouldn't mind doing this again. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we haven't even completed the main page yet. This is like a co-op Souls-like game without
Yeah, it
the
is,
dodging,
yeah.
and we get bullets.
Hi, Lormo.
Hi,
Oh,
Lauren.
no.
You miss us? Yeah, we're ending here. Sorry. But we're raiding off to Yuki.
Yes.
Yes.
This is a lot of fun. Yeah, I
This
kept on
was-
closing VTube Studio because I was holding Alt.
Oh, what was the ult for?
It was for
Fun.
push to talk.
Oh. You know, that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
You're about to go camping.
Enjoy
Nice.
your
Very nice.
camping.
Yes, please enjoy your camping.
Enjoy the camping.
I'll be back again in like 3 hours with Elden Ring.
You'll be back again in 3 hours.
Yep.
Goddamn.
Going fishing? Nice. Stay safe. Have fun. You deserve it. First in my heart. Thank you. I like how we're all together. It's very
Yes.
cute.
Feed meatball.
Meatball.
That was crazy at the
Meatball.
beginning. It's like waiting for an invite from Master. Hey, yo.
Master.
Oh my.
Oh, I
Damn it.
can't feed the meatball? Dang.
Yeah, because she was just fed. If people spam it, he freezes, so I have to put a cooldown on
Meatballs,
it.
girl?
Do we have
No,
a
meatball's
message?
meatball's in it. It's slime.
You said she was just fed.
Yeah, meatball was just fed. He, she.
They're
Yeah.
just everything?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, they're a girl in my head now. My little girly pop meatball.
My little girly pop meatball. We gotta play some more Battlefield.
True.
Yes. There we go. That's one.
First in my heart, you're making me blush, Celeste. Hey yo. Stepsis. Hey yo. why are you laughing like that?
There we
And
go.
I
Thank you for
fed my
feeding me,
little,
Paul. Yes.
yep,
Your little girly pop.
my little girly pop. Alrighty.
You're gonna go?
Camping.
Yep.
Yes, please go
Thank
camping.
you.
Have fun.
Guys, we're ready.
I'm very excited for tomorrow.
Is Yuki live yet?
Let's
No.
find
Oh,
out.
that's cute. Look at that screenshot.
That's what I was trying to do, but y'all left the lobby here.
Oh no.
We had us in the perfect like alignment. Maybe fuck, thank you for stopping in. Have a good night.
No, it looks like Yuki's not live yet.
Unless.
Unless. Love you too, Lorm. Have fun.
Sup?
What the? Wait, do you have to type for that? I thought it was not supposed to be
Yep,
typed.
nope, you have to type for that.
What? I need to fix that routine.
Yes.
I thought I
You
put
like
that to
forcing
no
people, you're lurking. You gotta say something to
time. That's not how it's supposed to be. What? Why did that redeem do that? We fix that right now. silent lurk where you have to type. There you go. There you go. No, there you go. That's safe.
There you go.
Perfect.
We're sleeping. The sleeping
go,
one's
it
cute.
works.
There we go. Wait, you can redeem it more than once.
Yes.
No, what? That's fine. You can lurk as many times as you want. Thank you for the lurk. Oh my god, I need
Is
one more
Yuki
year.
live yet?
No, Yuki's not live yet.
Just raid to nothingness.
You can raid to me.
True.
Bro. She fell asleep, guys. It's over.
It's alright. We can go to bed. It's time for bed.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? I want to test something here since we all have our models. I want to see how tall everybody's model is. Let's do that. Well,
What do you mean
let's
tall?
do
I
that
mean,
on stream right now.
you
Let's
can make it
test
as tall
everybody's
as you
model.
want.
No. We have to compare and contrast here.
No, but do we have
I
to
got-
go on, like based on like foreheads? You know how big our
Yeah, we gotta
foreheads
go
are, and
based
then-
off of like the same head size.
Well, Celeste got a big head.
Short. Yeah, I got
So
big
that's
head. All this
Yuki.
hair. Let me see.
You're
Let
tilted
me
a little
go.
bit, Celeste. I gotta
no,
move
but
you.
let me help you out.
Celeste got a huge head. We can't. Now we're gonna lose.
Hold on.
What the fuck? Okay, that's better. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Look at
Wait.
that.
Wait, why are you so big all of a sudden? Hang on. I'm gonna compare you to.
I said-
Maybe I should get Yuki up a little bit.
I also go with like shoulders,
Shoulders? Oh, that's a good idea.
but like, you have the yeah. Oh my God, Kuroya! How you been?
Okay. Let me see. Janda, are we the same height?
I don't know.
No, Jan's taller.
Trying to. Yeah, that's good. I'm slightly taller. I'm gonna go in like order here. There's that.
Hello, I just
that.
have a new outfit, Kuroya. I can use it because it's too chunky in collab, but I
Too
posted it
chunky.
on Twitter. You should go see it. It's too my
There
new
you go.
model, my new outfit chunk.
Now we're all like in our. Look at that. I made like a little line for us, a little conga
Okay,
line.
Don't worry about it. Little conga line.
That's right. Yuki's live. Alright, it's time.
Oh. All right, what's the message, guys?
Australia. Raid? I don't know, we're raiding. Sorry for raiding out right as you come in, Kuroya. But,
GTFI for get the heck in.
Yeah.
Yeah, GTFI.
Someone write the message in. GTFI.
GTFI.
Alright. Good night, everybody. Thank you all for coming in.
Alright, good night, good night.
Bye bye. We'll see you in 3 hours.
Bye bye.
See you, why in 3 hours?
Monday.
man? Pretty right, Kura?
Because in 3 hours.